Hello, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make this morning about talking about the wonderful craft of being an actor or an actress at this point. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Anna Shaffer. the wonderful Anna Shaffer.
Achoo, thank you so much. Thank you.
So, your second day in Lithuania?
Third day
Third
here.
day in Lithuania.
Fourth day here.
Fourth day.
I got here late on Thursday.
Wow,
So technically on day 4.
Did you already learn the phrase sveikata?
No.
No? You went out yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't learn sveikata?
Yeah, I don't remember much of last night. I think we were drinking moonshine at one point, so that's not great. But
We do that. It's a sick trick that we do on tourists. We don't drink that
That's
ourselves.
so mean. Why did you do that to me?
We're welcome to Eastern Europe.
Thank you.
Normal things don't happen here very often.
No, it was good fun and lovely to try some of the beer and eat some Lithuanian food that I'd not had before. So it was great.
Right. So welcome to Lithuania, first of all.
Thanks.
And let's start at the beginning. When was the first time that you actually realized that you're an actress?
Oh, God. Well, I suppose there's still days that I'm like, is this what I do as my career? That's crazy. But I think definitely working professionally, I think, was the first time I was like, oh, wow, this could be a career. This could be something that I could continue to do. Yeah.
So so at the age of 15, this is when it all started.
I know, that's when it all began.
Age 15, as I remember, vaguely, it's a crazy time to be alive when you're 15.
Oh, it's the worst. It's horrible being 15.
with the skin thingies and the
so much angst.
And then like you were just a normal kid at school, right?
Yeah, just a normal kid at school, and I went to a performing arts centre after school, and they had an agency attached to it, and they asked me to be part of the agency, and I was like, okay, I don't really know what that means, but sure.
How did they recruit you?
I think because I was doing classes there at the time, and they said, look, we've got this agency attached, and we think that you could do some work, and would you be up for that? And my parents were like, okay. I didn't think they really knew what it meant. I think my parents probably thought, oh, maybe she'll get an advert here and there and it'll pay for a nice holiday.
Yeah, like at some yogurt commercial.
Exactly. And my first audition was for a Vodafone commercial. Speaking about being 15, I remember this guy, the premise was that it was raining and he had to huddle under an umbrella, and somehow the phone was involved, I don't know. But this guy put his arm around me, and I was like, oh my God, I've never been touched by a boy, and like completely freaked out. So I'm meant to be pretending that it's raining and really enjoying this experience, and I was just there like that. So I didn't hear back from that one. And then, I know we can't really go into it because of the strike, but my second ever audition was for Harry Potter, and got that one, so...
Your life had to change exponentially, because like one day you're this kid that didn't get picked up for a Vodafone, and then the next one everyone knows you. Like you had to go to your secondary school and being famous.
The thing is, I think, looking back, I'm so glad that my parents have always been really nonplussed by anything that I do. They love me and they're proud of me. But I could, call them tomorrow and be like, Mom, I've been nominated for an Oscar. And she'd be like, okay, anyway, Dad did this.
That's
good. Like, they're so unfazed by things. But it's actually really nice, and it keeps me so grounded, and my brother too. And I think they're really proud of us, and I think with their friends, they probably show off and say this, that, and the other. But to me, they're just like, yeah, all right, cool. Anyway, Strictly Come Dancing's on tonight. Let's talk about that instead. And so that was really helpful. And my friends are the same. Like, they just couldn't give a shit about me being an actor.
Well, sure, but those are friends. But like when you start getting recognized, like on the street, well, that's when it's a slight change from your normal reality that you lived before it happened.
For sure. But I think people, well, to me anyway, have always been so nice, and it's a kind of lovely interaction that you have, but it's quite brief, and then you just go on about your day, and it's not like I get mobbed or anything like that. I can live a very, very normal life.
Now we're gonna be together forever. Forever.
And I think at 15, I was probably more interested in going to the park and trying alcohol for the first time and hanging out with my friends and going to parties than I probably should have been about doing this major professional job. And in a way, I think that was probably a good thing. But it's only looking back now that I think, oh my God, that was so major. And I love that I can appreciate it from afar now.
Did you, at that point, was the decision of becoming a professional actress made at that point?
Not
or
at all.
was there like a major plan B?
No,
becoming a
I still
physics
thought
professor?
I would go to university because I was 15, and the plan was, okay, well, I'll stay at school, and then I'll go to university. And I did my A-levels, and I was applying to loads of universities, but then I got quite poorly in my last year of sixth form, and I had to sit out the last set of exams. So my plan was to repeat the year basically so that I could get the grades to go to university. And then when I did that, I had a few auditions and got an audition for this really random show, I don't think it even exists now, called House of Anubis, and it was a kind of kids, I think, fantasy show. And the makers of that also made a show called Hollyoaks, which is a UK soap that we have. And they called me and said, well, we'd actually like you to come and do a 3-month stint on Hollyoaks. And I was like, okay, I'll do that for 3 months, and then I'll go back and finish my A-levels. And then 3 months turned into 3 years, and I never went back to finish my A-levels. And then I stopped doing that and was like, okay, maybe I'll go to university as a mature student. But then I just keep getting another job. And I still sort of, to a certain extent, feel like,
Oh, you're still gonna.
Oh, yeah.
You're still doing it.
it's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. Sure, it will.
I'll be with a walking stick.
You kids.
Yeah, it's gonna happen one day.
So did you? What was your? Walk us through your career as an actress. Like, did you go to Did you take some courses of acting? How did you learn to?
No, and it's actually a real insecurity of mine that I didn't train professionally as an actor, and it's why that I'm so keen on taking acting classes as much as I can when I'm not working. And I hope I'm not repeating myself if anyone was here yesterday. But I'm really keen to do that and to keep learning and to always try to better myself. So any time that I'm not working, I'll try and do a class. Or I also think it's so important to just watch as much as you can. So I try and see as much theatre as I can, try and watch as many shows, see as many films, even if I'm not necessarily a fan of the genre. I think it's good to sort of just immerse yourself in everything and choose and pick the bits that you do like.
It's sometimes actors, sometimes they do this sociopathic thing where they collect characters, like they would like sit on bus and watch people and get some kind of some personalities, and they steal the personalities, just like, oh, I like that. I'll collect that. Are you a collector?
I'm not a collector because I am the least observant person in the world, and it drives my husband crazy. We could be walking down the street and someone could, like a house could just set on fire and I would not notice it. And he's just
really?
like, what is wrong with you? And my spatial awareness is terrible as well. He'll be like, you just walked into that person. What are you doing? It's like, I'm so sorry, I just did. I think I'm just so in my own world that I don't notice anything around me. So, you know, it's actually, I think some actors are really instinctive and it comes super naturally to them, and I don't think I'm one of those people. I think it's something that I really have to force myself to work at and to get better by practice, you know, and I'm not ashamed of that. I think that's okay, and it's kind of something that I just try and work on as much as I can.
Do you do a lot of auditions?
Yeah, not so much anymore. It's more self-tapes now because of since COVID, I feel like.
I talked to a buddy of mine. He's he's an actor and he's based in London. Well, now in LA, but he was based in London, and he talked about how auditions changed through the years. Like, it used to be you had to go into a room and see like 12 different people that look exactly like you and like, oh, okay, now.
But better. You're like, oh, that's the hotter version of me coming out of the room. Great.
And now it's all online, right? So how? Let's talk about how audition process have changed through the years. Like when you started, and how it.
You know, when I started, God, I actually really miss those days because you just don't have that human interaction anymore. But you'd sort of, yeah, as you said, you'd go somewhere that the casting office had hired, and there'd be a row of people that look a bit better than you, and you'd sit down and think, oh God. And also it would be awful because you could sometimes hear the audition happening, which is just torture, because you're like, oh, I didn't think I would do it that way. And then you get in your own head and start panicking that you've not prepared correctly. And now it's all self-tape. So you get an audition through and you have to film it yourself at home. I just do it on my iPhone because the cameras are so good, and I have a little tripod, and you have to do lots of Tetris in your flat, or I do anyway because I've just got stuff everywhere, so try and, you know, take
just
things
clean
off the
out
wall.
one section of the room.
Yeah, and it's always hell because you take something off the wall and then you're like, oh God, the wall's really grubby, and then you're just sat in front of the wall, just, yeah. So it's also a torturous experience. I don't love self-taping because I'm so critical, and you can just go on forever, which is, I guess, for some people the beauty of it, because you get infinite chances, but I think you also go a bit mad because you can, you know, when do you call it a day?
Right.
But yeah, you'll get a deadline and then you send it off and out it goes and you hope you hear back.
Do you think it does the whole audition process justice when it's just you in a room with your camera and you can take as many takes as you want, like in contrast with when you have to go into the office and there are people there? So because when it comes to the job part of it, you have to be among people. So if you're like if it's just you filming yourself on camera, there's a slight chance that you're hiding your social anxiety, for example.
Totally. And which I guess can be beneficial in many ways, but I think what's interesting, it can force you to be a better actor because you have to essentially self-direct. You have to work out if you're hitting the right beats and decide what the tone of the scene is going to be, which is creatively exciting, but it also means that you're really just taking a stab in the dark, and you've got no idea if what you're doing is what they might want it to be like, and there's no one there to say, can we try it a different way, which you would get in the room. So I think that can be quite frustrating. But for me, I get very nervous before auditions, and it manifests itself physically. So I'm a bit of a shaker and a big sweater. So it's like sweaty upper lip and shaking. It's not a good look in the audition room. So in many ways, self-tapes have saved me from that huge embarrassment, and I can hide it. And then if you get the job, desperately work out how to make sure that that doesn't happen on set.
All right, how many, well, in Lithuania, we have this sport called basketball. Maybe you heard of it?
I have.
So we're all basketball.
Shoot some hoops myself from time to time.
Oh, really? No. Come on, you're from London. So we like statistics. Well, basketball is all about statistics. Okay. So what would be, would you say, the percentage of auditions that you actually make and the auditions that you get to the second round of audition?
Well, as you know, I didn't go to university, so my maths is not great. But I would say maybe 1 in 20 you get? Like, it's 20. Yeah, it's not, you get seen for so much stuff. And, you know, from a casting director's point of view, they want to see as many people as possible because they don't really know what they're looking for until they find it. Mm-hmm. And so often, actually, as much as back in the day you'd go and there's people that look like you, now I've got friends, you know, one of my actor friends is Ginger, and she'll be like, oh yeah, did you go for that? And I'm like, yeah, wait, what? And so you just see how wide they're casting the net, which is exciting and more democratic maybe, but you just go for so much stuff, and I think that's great because it means there's lots of opportunity, but you also know that there's so much stuff that you're not going to get. But that's the job.
But that's the part of the job. Like, how do you deal with rejection being a very normal part of the job? Like, because if it's 1 in 20, then you have to get used to the rejection and the whole psychological process of it. Like, you have to be ready to be rejected. On the other hand, you can't expect to be rejected because that might influence your performance.
I mean, I'm sure some actors get 1 in 5 jobs. I'm just sadly 1 in 20.
I don't think there are a lot of
but
actors
I think
that statistic.
The thing I try to remember is that you're an actor every day. You're not just an actor when you're on set. You're not just an actor when you get the job. You're an actor every single. When you're auditioning, you're an actor. You're doing the craft. You're putting the work in. And so I think, and it's all practice. It's all leading up to the job that you do get. So you have to really try and reframe it in your mind. But it's hard. You have to really have positive mental attitude. And it's some days you just don't. Yeah, you do. And it can take you to dark places sometimes when you've had a string of no's and you just think, is it ever going to be yes? But
you have to. Is it hard not to beat yourself up after a series of what do you? That buddy of mine from London, he told me the phrase that they use. The polite way of saying you didn't get the job is we decided to go the other direction.
In another direction. Yeah, you're like, okay, cool.
So that is a very politically correct way to say F off.
Yeah. And I think casting directors are understanding more and more that as actors we're really keen to get feedback so that at least you can constructively, you could know, look, we didn't rate you, fine, or we genuinely did just go in another direction. I think it's kind of important to have some truthful feedback, and I think they are knowing that more and more, and it's always nice when you get some positive feedback and they go, it was really close, but we just decided to go for someone else. And you think, okay, so I am in the right direction. But it is hard, but you just get used to it.
It's just for me. It sounds like such a weird thing to get used to.
Yeah. But I think for me as well, I find it really helpful actually, because a lot of the stuff, well, hopefully most of the things you're auditioning for, you want, you like the project and you're excited by it. So I always think, well, I'm definitely going to watch that when it comes out anyway. And there's actually a really nice feeling when you watch something that you auditioned for and you go, oh, of course. I was not right for that.
Are there times when you audition for something and then it comes out and you watch it and you think, oh, thank God.
Yeah, that
thank God I was hungover.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing I'd like to talk about. Like, how important is it to turn down roles, like offers? Because well, you get suggested so many things, and then how the selection process of it all. Because you get, let's talk about your personal selection process of the stuff that gets sent in.
Well, to be honest, it's something that I'm only growing in confidence to be able to say no the older I get. And I think, especially when you're starting out in your career, even if you're not particularly keen on a project, you just want to break. So you're like, yeah, sure, absolutely, I'll shave my head, I'll, get my...
Were you ever asked? Yeah. Were you ever asked to...
Thankfully.
We're going to get you... Well, for this part, you're going to have to... yeah.
Do you know, we were talking about this actually in the car yesterday. For me, like, hair is just so part of my identity. Like, I just don't know if I could do it.
Well, there's the thing, you're not... you don't think you would be able to do that, and here comes the man with a money bag. And it's like,
for sure. Oh. I think, the price is always right at some point. But I think, in terms of saying no to things, there are a few different things that I take into consideration are who's already attached to the project. Would it be exciting to work with these people? Would I like to work with them? Have I heard good or bad things about these people? Where's it being filmed? I think, you know, I'm married now, and I'm from London. I live in London. I'm so close with my family, and I think being far away from for a long period of time, that's a factor that I would really consider. And is it scary? I think it should always be a bit scary. You should never...
If it's not scary, it's not worth doing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Does it terrify me? Okay, yes.
Oh, right. We had, several years ago, we had John Rhys-Davies on the panel. Beautiful person, beautiful human being. So his first words on the panel was, in the beginning there was word. He used the Latin phrase in principio erat verbum, and he's like, he has this. So
sounds great.
And he's like, so in the beginning there was word. So the most important thing of it all is the script. When your like audition, part of your audition, it gets sent in, how much of the script do you see? Like, do you just see your snippet of your part that you're gonna do, or do you get the synopsis, or what?
It really just depends. If it's a project that is super top secret, sometimes you even have to sign an NDA, and then you just get sent literally your lines only, and usually they're dummy lines anyway that they've made up for the audition, so that can happen. But mostly you are sent at least something to accompany maybe one episode or the entirety of the film. And you always ask if you haven't been, and hope that they'll be nice, so that there's some context at least, and you're not just, you know, giving it your best shot. But I think, yeah, ideally, and that's actually my favourite thing, is reading the script. And getting to, especially if it's a feature film, and you're like, wow, this is so incredible. But it's so funny, because you receive something in its infancy and you have no idea what's going to happen. You don't know how it's going to be shot, what the lighting's going to be like, what the sound's going to be like, what the style is going to be like. So you're really kind of taking a gamble.
It's a lottery.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. And there's so many different people that have such a huge influence on what the end product will be. You're just a teeny tiny cog. So you have to like the words, and then hope that it's got a bit of magic in it somewhere.
But is it sometimes like, sometimes when you watch like a trailer of a movie, the smart marketers, they put all of the interesting parts of the movie into the trailer, and then you go see the movie, and it's like, oh, they scammed me. Yeah. All the interesting parts are already seen in the trailer. Was it ever a case where you get the part and you're like, oh my God, this is awesome, and the rest of the script is just really bad?
I don't think I've had that yet. I think once I get, so obviously before, when you're in the initial stages, I'll read everything, but then if I get the part, I try to just have tunnel vision and just only read my bits and be in my story, because otherwise I get so distracted by everything else, and it's all really exciting. So I try to just remove my words from the script and then get rid of the rest, and then I'll watch it when it comes out, and that's really exciting. But otherwise, there's too much going on up there otherwise.
Right, let me just inform our lovely audience that we are taking questions. We have a microphone ready right there. We won't be able to take some of the questions of the previous and ongoing shows, but other than that, feel free to walk up to the microphone. We'll take your questions. So what was the most exciting, do you have your favorite story from the set when the excitement, when the job starts, it's magical. The first day, the second day, and then the wrap. And during that time, every single day is so different on set. Did you have your favorite day?
My favorite day in general is always the read-through. If you're lucky enough to get a read-through where everyone comes and there's always fancy tea and coffee and maybe a little pastry or something, and everyone sits around in a long table and you're all facing each other and you might not have met each other before, and that's really exciting. You go, oh, it's that person, and it feels like...
You only know them from... when you come in, you don't know who plays which part.
No, sometimes someone might already be attached, but...
Do you play the game with your mind? Like, I wonder who... Oh, that's probably... And then
like
that one is... Oh, no? Wow, that's weird.
Yeah, it's quite exciting, and I think for me, because I dropped out of school and because I didn't end up going to university and because I haven't trained professionally, those days really feel like the first day of school, and I'll like get my new pens and bring in a fresh notebook, and I really get excited by it because that feeling just is so special. You know, I wish you could bottle that feeling before you know what it's going to be like, before the long days come and, you know, all the hard parts of the job. It's just so full of promise, so that's always my favourite moment.
How many... do you? I guess you've done a lot of things, but like, do you remember whether there was some scene where you had to take numerous takes to get it just right?
I mean, I can be a bit of a giggler. So that can be bad when you just get the giggles and you can't stop, and then you have to keep going again. And so there's been a few moments when that's happened, and then it's like, okay, but let's be serious now, and I just can't stop. So that's not great. I always try and keep a lid on that. But I'm a fan of doing lots of takes. Some people aren't. They like to just get it done, and they think it should be fresh, and it's more of a theatre performance. But I quite like doing lots of takes and being able to explore different versions. But
would you ever consider to do theatre?
Yes, I love doing theatre. I did a play. That's my last job I did over the summer, and it was just the best time. There's nothing like it.
The excitement of the premiere, the launch.
Oh God! Well, I mean,
how do you cope with the adrenaline rush that you get before the first ever performance, before the premiere?
Oh yes, lots of a bit of a funny tummy, feeling very sick all week. I mean, it's funny, in the show that I just did, I didn't come into it until about 5-10 minutes of the play starting. So there was always the moment when I can hear that they're going on, and then I'm like, fuck. I don't have any option. Like, I have to, like, they've started, so there's, like, I will have to go on at some point.
You have no control of...
Yeah, just be pacing in the backstage, in the wings, pacing, and then I hear my cue, and there's always that moment where I'm like, maybe I could just run. Now's the time I could run, and then it's almost like my body is just moving for me, and then suddenly you're on, and it's like, okay, it's
then
happening.
You start, and then it just goes
happening.
on. Yeah. Oh, did you ever have we in Lithuania, we call it like white paper, when you're on stage and then your brain goes like,
oh, yeah.
Dum. No script, sorry.
Thankfully, that hasn't happened to me, but I have done... and it's always when you're not focused and you're not in it, and maybe the nerves have got to you or something's happened just before and your mind just isn't focused. But I've had it where I've accidentally skipped a page of dialogue because I've said something and it's like, wait, what? And then that is bad because you're just not listening because it doesn't make sense. And then luckily I've always had very professional people who are there to just get us back on track, but that's always a bit scary. You're like,
yeah, well, it's not even sometimes the distraction is not I once got this white paper thing, because the show that I was in had a musical number, and I was shitting bricks about that musical number, and I was thinking about that musical number.
Yeah.
And the rest, it's easy.
Yeah.
And I've done it like 12 times already. That does it well. And then you're thinking about the musical number, and then your brain goes like, yeah, that's it. That's it. You're on your own. And the moment when you're standing there, and you're like, and the brain goes like, run.
Yeah.
And you're like, what?
I can't.
No. Is that people bought tickets. Run. and the whole time just warps and is and then you start going like, well, give me the line. And then after a while, which looks like five, you're standing there 5 minutes doing nothing, while in real time it's like.
And the audience
10
never
seconds.
notice.
And that's the thing. Because one director told me it's a very popular phrase that the audience don't know how it was supposed to be.
Yes. Yeah.
They don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it was supposed to be
They're
weird.
like, God, he's so dramatic. That pause. Wow. It's like, what an actor. You're like, yeah, that's what I was doing.
I was meant to do that. That was what I was going for.
Exactly what I was going for. But it's funny, I had a similar thing with this show that I just did because I had to sing in it. And, you know, I love singing. I'm not the best singer. I can sing. But this was Whitney Houston singing.
Oh.
Like...
Oh.
And so even in rehearsals, I refused to do it for at least 2 weeks in. I was like, I just can't. Like, nothing's coming out. It took so long to actually get any sound out of my mouth. So that was halfway through the play. So that was always my, like, just get through that, just get through that, just get through that.
You had to do a Whitney Houston song in...
And the point of the song, because it was a pageant, and everyone goes before me, and everyone's meant to be like just giving it their best shot,
and
then
supposed to
so it was like I can't
blow everyone away. Wow.
Hell.
And then you just have to do a song of the greatest singer of all time.
Yeah, sure.
No problem.
So that would be, I'd just be waiting to get to that point, and then once that I was like, oh, God, okay, great. So I think my acting up to that point probably just terrified, but quite wooden, definitely thinking about something else. And then afterwards, it's like, oh, wow, she's really owning the stage.
Yeah, because the whole play is before, before that and after.
Before the song, after
ACBC.
the song. That's it.
Right. Well, you grew up in London. How often did you visit West Side?
Yeah, well, it's funny, it's so expensive now in London to go to the theatre. Like, it's crazy. The tickets can be like £150, 150. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
£150. Like, you're going to be sitting there right up there with the pigeons.
Yeah, in the nosebleed seats.
Yeah.
Like, what? And so luckily...
If you want to get great seats, £350.
Which I just think is a crime.
Robbery.
And I don't know who it's going to, because theatre does not pay very well. It's not going to the actors.
Musical actors in the musicals, they don't make...
I think maybe in musicals it's slightly better. But yeah, theatre is not great. You do it because you love it, not because it's paying your bills.
That's the same thing in Lithuania as well.
But
That's why they're all angry.
but you know, it's so great. I think lots of theatres do discounted rates for students and things like that. So I actually saw way more theatre when I was younger, because you could get £5 tickets or even free tickets to go to stuff. And luckily I always went to schools that were really keen on the arts and really supported that, and they would take us on trips and things like that. And so yeah, I don't get to go as much as I used to, because also just out of principle, you're like, no, that's not how much it should be to go to the theatre.
Yeah.
But there's some amazing shows and
What's your favorite musical?
I'm not a big musical person.
Oh, you're not?
I'm sorry. I've only ever seen Chicago and I didn't like it. I don't understand when people are speaking and then they're singing and then they're speaking again. Just do one or the other. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah. Well,
I'm open.
You should see the Book of Mormon.
Okay.
That one?
I will. That's my homework
amazing.
now.
And the West Side version of it, the West Side production of it,
is
better than Broadway's.
Oh, really?
No shit.
Why do you think that is? Just...
I don't know. That's probably because of the in the olden days. It's a very competitive environment between the Broadway and West Side. They've always been like, because back in the day, like after the World War, West Side was just Victorian plays with like the governor things.
Yes.
And then and then they brought, what was it? West Side Stories.
Actually, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
And then when they brought West Side Stories in, everyone just went crazy. And then it was monopolized by Americans for so long. And then, but you know them Brits, they will not take American superiority for long. So yeah, so they and it's very competitive, and they do a very, very good job competing with Broadway for quality of the musicals.
No, I was so lucky to live in London and have it on my doorstep, and I should go more than I do.
But that's the thing, when you live in a city, well, you don't go to the place. It's for tourists.
I know.
It's for tourists. Why would I ever visit the museum?
But the cinema I am obsessed with. I go.
What was your favorite movie growing up?
Oh gosh, growing up, I used to love. What's it called? The Dear Darla, Alfalfa. What? I'm having white paper.
I'm just gonna leave you there with yourself to suffer.
No, I'm being dramatic. What's it called? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? No. It's about all the little kids, but they're like adults, and there's Alfalfa,
Smurfs.
and he loves Darla. No, that was my favourite one. I used to watch it all the time.
Right.
Not that you can tell because I can't remember the.
Do you have growing up? Like, did you have an?
Princess Bride was my favourite film.
Excuse me?
The Princess Bride was my favourite film.
Oh really?
That's not the film I'm talking about, but that was my favourite film. I've seen that like 100 times.
Doesn't ring the bell.
The Princess Bride. Robin Wright Penn.
I'm sorry.
That's your homework.
Screwed up on this one.
That's like one of the best. That's actually like a good bad film. When you watch it now, you're like, this is.
I promise I'll watch it.
Okay.
Tonight.
Okay.
Tonight.
You should all watch it tonight. It's so good.
I'll send you a DM in Instagram about how much I loved it.
I want your review. I want your rating. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on it.
I'm going to see Book of Mormon.
I'm on it. And
paying £300 to sit up, like down.
So, did you have a favorite actress that you kind of looked up to?
Oh gosh, I love Sally Field.
Sally Field.
Yeah, I just think she's fab, and Julia Roberts was like the ultimate. I think I've seen every Julia Roberts film ever, even Eat, Pray, Love.
She's very magnetic.
Like that smile.
That's it.
Oh my God, her laugh.
That's it.
Yeah.
You just kind of sit there and drool.
Yeah, she's incredible. Yeah.
Was it like for every classically trained actor, it's like an example. They love to do Hamlet.
Yeah.
And it's like the pentacle of the art, the craft. Is there something you would like to do?
I'd love to do something that is completely different to me, and kind of maybe be a bit of a baddie and a bit. Yeah, like a
serial killer or something.
Yes, I'd like to be a serial killer.
It's always fun to do the evil parts. Everyone says that it's more fun to do evil parts than the good ones.
Yeah.
Like, cause it's sprinkles and rainbows and I'm so nice, and then when you get to be like this.
I think that would be fun.
Would you like to release your dark side into the world through screen?
Please.
Oh, by the way, do you like to watch yourself on screen?
I hate to watch myself on screen, but
Are you a perfectionist?
Yes, and I also think you could always do it differently or better, and hindsight's a beautiful thing, and you're like, oh, why didn't I? But you just can't get into that conversation in your head because you'll be there forever and you'll drive yourself crazy. So I reluctantly do it because I think it's important to do it. You learn from it. You learn
One
from
of the most important things of
but I don't enjoy doing it.
So you're just watching yourself and go
Like,
and beat yourself up like,
And then usually I have to do it a few times because the first time I'm going, oh, I look so ugly, I'm disgusting. And then I haven't even looked at the performance. Then the second time it's like, okay, I'm over that. But like, oh, well, why am I doing that with my hands? And then it's like, oh. And then it's like, okay, is it believable? Is it?
back to the drawing board.
Yeah, so I have to watch it a few times, which is just a nightmare over and over. But then I come to terms with it.
But it's suffering. Working with yourself while watching your own scenes, and like, you're a big critic of yourself?
Yes, definitely. But I think you should be. I think it'd be
Absolutely.
crazy to watch something and go, God, I really smashed. Perfection. It's funny. This when I was in Hollyoaks, the soap that I mentioned earlier, we all kind of lived in similar flats and all together. And one of my castmates, we lived together, and she was dating this guy, and I wasn't a huge fan of him. And I remember once we were all watching the show together, and he had to do this like emotional scene, and he moved himself to tears with his own performance. I have never seen anything like it. I was like, sorry, what is going on here? And I always remember that. I'm like, as long as I'm never that guy, I think I'm doing
Cries
okay.
because it's just so hard to be that wonderful person. Oh my God,
Completely
the things
bonkers.
I went through.
Yeah.
Anna, it was an absolute pleasure talking to you.
Thank
Ladies
you for
and
having
gentlemen,
me. Thank you so
put your
much
hands
for
together to
listening,
Anna
everyone.
Shaffer.
Thank you. Thank you, Atu. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
right, before we get started, here we go. That's what I wanted. No, it's on this side. Yep, nope, still not there. Before we get started, we are going to bring Raymond Cruz up in just 1 second. I just need to tell you that's my disclaimer. Due to the ongoing SAG-AFTRA strike, we're going to show solidarity towards our guests and try to avoid asking questions about previous and ongoing TV and movie projects from struck studios. Right, the guests might not be able to answer them. That's, you know, as you guys have been wandering around the con for the last 2 days, I think you understand what's going on. So just please bear that in mind as we proceed with the interview. And with that said, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Raymond Cruz.
Hello, Lithuania.
So we're here. We're discussing life beyond the silver screen. Your life, the roles that you've played, things that you advocate for. That's just a bit of background. Tell us about you first.
Okay, well, I grew up in East Los Angeles, California. I was born and raised. I grew up in a really bad neighborhood that was surrounded by gangs, and that was mostly my family. My cousins, my uncles, they were all like hardcore gangbangers. Also my brother, and it's a lifestyle. You know, you grow up and it's kind of like all you know. And the difference was that I really enjoyed reading growing up, so I was way ahead. Teachers would send me out of class just to go to the library to read, because I was a really good student. I got kicked out of school, 2 high schools, for writing editorials. I always tell people, I got kicked out of high school, and they're like, for fighting? I go, no, for writing.
Well, can we just start? What were you editorializing? What were you advocating for?
Good question. So our neighborhood was primarily Latin culture. So our high school, there was a lot of Latin students, a lot of illegal immigrants that went to our school. And our principal had a policy, if you were late to class, you had to pick up trash. So I was late on purpose, and then I refused to pick up trash. So I had to go see the principal, and we had a really nice conversation where I told him that I didn't attend school to learn about janitorial skills, that I came here to get an actual education. So we had a couple of arguments. He threatened to kick me out. I said, kick me out. I wrote a whole editorial about it, how that, you know, the educational system at this time wasn't preparing us for life beyond high school, to go to college for advanced education, but trying to prepare us for a future as janitors. And janitors and gardeners, that they didn't really care about what we learned. So, and then, so I got kicked out of there. I went to another high school. I wrote an editorial there. I got kicked out. That's pretty good, huh?
And what was that editorial about?
So I go to this high school. I write an editorial about sports. So there's no way you could anger anybody. So I wrote about how I did a first-person account of a person at a football game, how the hot dogs were warm, the Coke was warm, the hot dogs were cold, the cheerleaders were overweight, couldn't dance, and the football team sucked. And I had everybody yelling at me. The coach, the cheerleading coach, the hot dog guy was yelling at me. Everybody's like, you have to apologize. I'm like, this is a first-hand account. I wrote it. So they kicked me out of the school because I refused to apologize. So I went to another high school, and the principal met me. And she said, we heard about you. I said, can I be on the newspaper? She's like, nah. So, but then, okay, then this is the topper. So I was a big track star in high school. I used to pole vault and high jump and run. I was very athletic. So my coach gets me back into the first high school. He said, you can come back, but you can't be on journalism. You can't write anything. You can't say anything. And I said, okay. So I go back. I win like the whole championship for our school, and then I write an editorial about how they wouldn't let me back in because I was an academic, but because I was an athlete, it was okay. And I gave it to my friend who was on the newspaper, and they printed it. Principal was yelling at me. He said, I told you, he goes, you've got a real problem. I go, no, you have a problem. And he said, I'm going to get rid of you. I said, I'm graduating. And then they had a contest where you had to submit a speech at graduation in order to give the keynote address. And the keynote address is a speech to all the graduates about your future. So you submitted anonymously. Guess who won? Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So I gave the speech. The principal would not hand me my diploma. He would not hand it to me. And when I went to high school, I worked 3 jobs and went to high school. I would show up, my eyes would be red I'd be tired from working, and I got kicked out twice because they said I was on drugs. They said I was high. You know, I was just tired. I was happy to get kicked out because I was tired. I'd go home, take a nap. But I was a really good student, and then I got a scholarship for writing. I went to college, I studied writing, and that's how I got into theater, which led to acting. Because I was always really curious about the mechanics behind the performances that actors would lay down on film and in theater, how they did it. Like, how do they do that? How do they take the written word and translate it to performance? Like, I could hand you a page of just lines, and I say, do this. You know, but you might just read it, where somebody else, it would be like a whole different thing. So I was really fascinated by the work behind it. So I trained for like 10 years. I did a lot of theater, and I love theater. You just can't make very much money at it. But that's not why you do it. You do it for the love of acting, and because the challenge. Because you never know what you can do until you challenge yourself, okay? I grew up boxing. I grew up in rough neighborhoods. I grew up boxing. Like, when you see me do stunts on films, like the fights in Breaking Bad, that was me. I was actually doing it, and we choreographed it because I wanted it to look real. But when you grow, it's the same thing with boxing. Like, you never know what you're gonna do until you get hit. So when you get hit, then that's the real test. And it's the same thing with acting. You never know what you're gonna do until you're standing around and there's 200 people looking at you, just like you're looking at me now, and they're going, what is he gonna do? And they all have high expectations, and so you need to deliver.
Wow. God, I hope I can live up to that. I mean,
there you go.
All right. So, is it fair to say then that that you still support the idea of education? That we're supposed to be talking about advocacy. Do you support education initiatives and things?
Everyone should support education. If you have children, I mean, if you want to learn something, it will change your life. I mean, if I hadn't studied writing, if I hadn't studied literature, if I hadn't studied theater, my life would be completely different. I mean, this is what propelled me into becoming an actor. And honestly, I never thought that I would be on television. I never thought that I would be in a movie. And I read the book Clear and Present Danger by Tom Clancy. This is a good story. I read the book, I loved it. I was like, oh my God, have any of you read Clear and Present Danger? No one? Great book. It's about an SF, Special Forces soldier in the United States who becomes a sniper, and then they go in and do these special ops in South America. So I read the book. There's the main character's name is Ding Chavez. He's Latino, SF, sniper, heroic character. So I love this book. Years later, I find out they're making a movie about it. And I tell my agent's over, where are you, Raf? My agent's right there. And I tell my agent, get me an audition for this movie. And he goes, okay, I keep trying to get you an audition. They keep saying no. No. They go, he's a great actor. I saw him in Blood In, Blood Out. They go, but this character's like larger than life, SF soldier. And, we just don't think he's right. And I kept telling my agent, get me an audition, get me an audition. And I knew a lot of people, like when you're acting, you see a lot of the same people go and read for the same parts when you go to auditions. So I knew a lot of people that were going in, and we could not get an audition. For some reason, the casting director did not want me to come in. So my agent said, okay, screw her, calls the producers and say, my actor wants to audition, casting director won't let him, will you please see him? And he said, yes, send him in. And when you do this, you're going over the casting director's head. And she's a really famous casting director. She passed away now. Her name was Molly Finn. But she got really mad. So I walk in. I see other actors there. And I say, and then she looks at me. She doesn't say anything. She comes up and she says, are you ready? And she's really angry. And I say, yes, ma'am. So I do the audition. She goes, oh, my God. She runs, grabs a camera, comes back. She says, do that again. So I do it again. And then she goes, wow. So next day I get a call. They say, we want you to come to meet the director, Philip Noyce. So I go in, it's me and Benjamin Bratt, and Benjamin Bratt's a really good actor. We go in and we're reading for the lead role of Chavez. We go to Paramount Studios, go to the director's office, and Philip Noyce doesn't even look at you. He's eating sunflower seeds, and he's just looking down. He goes, so I start the scene. I read the scene, and he goes, I read the next scene, never looks at me. Then he goes like this, stop. He goes, part's yours. See, what do you think about that? From getting no, from saying she doesn't want you to come in, to actually going in, and then the other actor hadn't even read yet, and then she gave me the part, that director gave me the part. Perseverance, right? So, and the thing that, the point about that is education. Like, I'm so prepared that I got my opportunity. So when I got my opportunity, I was so ready to go. I don't get nervous when I audition. I don't get nervous when I work because I'm always so prepared. Like when I did Tuco, when I did the work for Tuco. In
the show that we can't name.
Right, in the show that we can't say. But when I did the work for that character, I did so much. I did hundreds of hours of work before I ever showed up and said one line. And I never said a word out loud until the camera was in front of me and they said action. And Vince Gilligan, I saw him when I went to Albuquerque to go shoot. Vince said, do you know what you're gonna do? And I said, no. And I wasn't lying. I mean, I knew what I was gonna do, but I had no idea until it came out. But I did all my work, all my prep, and I stood in front of 200 members of the crew, and they're all standing around, and I said, listen, I can do this in one take, which is crazy, to do a scene like in one take. I said, I need everybody to be on point, camera, sound. I need everybody to be quiet. I go, I can knock this out. And they're looking at me like you are now, like, this guy's insane. And they go, we gotta see this. And so we shoot it, action, first take, cut, whole crew erupts in applause. And then one guy goes, you're insane. So that's how we did it. So they could not believe that I could just show up, no rehearsal, which is crazy. You could ask this guy to show up, just block, give me my marks, here, okay, I'm looking at him, okay, let's go, and shoot it. So, but again, education, preparation, understanding your craft and being able to deliver it, and having the confidence to do it. But I'd done so much theater, there was this, when they were casting it, they said, we can't find anybody who can do this part. And they had a lot of people auditioning. And the casting director, Rick Pagano, who's a big casting director in Hollywood, we did a lot of theater together. And he said, I know who can do it. So Rick calls me, he says, read this script. It was called Breaking Bad. I read it, I go, wow, writing's good. He goes, can you do it? I said, yes. He goes, will you do it? I said, no. I couldn't do it. I was working every day on a show, so I was not available. So Vince Gilligan had the great idea. He goes, will you shoot it on the weekend? So that means I'm working 5 days on the show, then I'm working 2 days on the weekend, all day, shooting a different character in a different location. Because I was shooting the show, the police drama I was on in Los Angeles, and then the other show was shot in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So I said, oh, great. Because, it's difficult to do one part when you're working every day, because you work like 12, 14 hours a day shooting. And then to go do two is crazy. And then two, that's why, and that character, Tuca, was pitched at such a high level, and I knew what I wanted to do with it. And the only reason I did it was the challenge. Because I looked at it and I told Rick, I told Vince, I said, I'm gonna do something that you've never seen before on television. I said, I'm gonna do something that's gonna blow your mind. And again, they're like, okay. They're like, what is he talking about? And then when they saw it, when Vince saw it, he was walking around the set going, holy shit. So that was that experience.
So would you say that if you had a motto, would it be luck favors the well-prepared?
I would say you can get lucky if you're prepared. If you're given the opportunity, again, it's this thing where opportunity meets preparation. I'm probably the best example of that, because I had an acting teacher. This guy was a really great teacher. because I went into his class, it was all white people, and one black guy, and he looks at me, and we do scenes, we do cold readings, we do comedy, we do drama, and he was a good mentor. He would talk to you along the way. He said, you are never going to work. He said, you will not have a career unless you're better than everybody else. He goes, you can't be good. You can't be as good. He said, you have to be the best. You have to be better than everybody else. And I said, okay, I'm going to be better than everybody else. And I worked my ass off. He gave me the training I needed, the tools I needed. He goes, I can teach you. I can give you what you need, but you have to work. And he was right. He said, you have to challenge yourself every step, every part you get. You can't just go in there and say, okay, I'm going to do the part. You have to look at it. What can you do with it? This is what I did with Breaking Bad. I go, what can I do with this? And then that's when I figured out, I said, okay, I'm going to try to elevate this to a level that no one's ever seen before. So, and that's it, and you have to, and that's taking a big chance. I mean, you could easily go in there and do it. Oh, should I tell this story? Let me see.
Do we want him to tell the story?
Yeah. Okay. We shoot the first episode of BB, and it goes great. We go to shoot the second episode. They have a different director every episode, okay? It's an older man, been around. He goes, we're doing the junkyard scene where I beat the guy to death, right? Because he talks and I tell him not to talk. So he goes, can we rehearse the scene? And I said, no. I go, I can't do it. I go, it's too much energy. If I try to rehearse, I won't have anything left for shooting. He goes, what are you gonna do? And I go, well, let's just block. Again, give me my mark, I'm here. I turn here, I come up to here to Caesar. We go face to face, camera's here, okay. So that's it. And he goes, you're not gonna rehearse. And I said, no, I don't need to, I'm good. He goes, okay, so we do a master, which is a really wide shot. So we do the take, finish, he goes, cut. He comes running up to me. He goes, listen, it's too much. He goes, what you're doing is insane. He goes, I can't use that. He goes, you gotta bring it way down. I mean, bring it way down. He goes, I don't know what you're doing, it looks crazy. And I go, excuse me? And I looked at him, and I knew right away. I looked at him and I go, do you know anything about meth? And he goes, yeah. He goes, I read the script. I go, explain it to me. How does meth affect you emotionally, mentally, physically? What does it do to you psychologically? And he goes, well, I didn't do that kind of research. I go, I know. And I go, and this is a strain of meth that doesn't exist. This is super meth, hyper meth. It's a superhero meth. I go, so why don't you go over there, set up your shot, and don't you fucking talk to me again. Don't you say one more fucking word. And he just started shaking. And he just like, oh, you don't talk that way to a director, right? So he just goes, he walks away. This little man comes over, his assistant, and goes, Mr. Cruz, the director would like, well, tell the director to go fuck himself. Okay? Tell him to go fuck himself. Don't care. And then we shoot the scene, and the guy doesn't talk to me at all. I do exactly what I'm planning on doing. So we shoot the scene. You all seen the scene, right? Okay. So we shoot the scene. Vince shows up. He watches it. He goes, holy shit, it's amazing. He goes, oh my God, this is so great. Now, the lesson here was this director hadn't done his homework, and he didn't understand what he was doing, but he was trying to screw up what I was going to do. And I didn't allow that. I stopped him. I shut him down, like really quick, because I didn't care. Because when I took the part originally, I told him three things. I said, okay, we'll shoot on the weekend, and then you have to pay me, and you can't change anything I do. There was a long pause on the phone, and then Vince said, okay. And then I was like, oh shit, now I gotta do it. You said now you gotta deliver, so then I had to do the work. But that's just a good lesson. I knew so well what I was doing. You could not convince me otherwise. And this man who's supposed to be in charge, he's the one who's like directing the show. He didn't know what he was doing, and I read him right away. And, because of my conviction, because of my preparation, because of my work, I didn't say, oh, okay, sir, let me bring it way down. Let me do what you want. But most actors probably would. But I was like, yeah, fuck you. So.
So, several times now you've mentioned literature, you've mentioned reading.
Yes.
I know we've had conversations where we talk about reading at a young age, and then we've also talked about now preparation. Do you find inspiration in literary characters when you're going for something like Tuco? Do you look back at some of the books that you've read? Is there any type of literary inspiration that you can pull from?
Are there any actors in here? Anybody studying acting, theater, anything? This guy right here? Awesome. Walter White, bro. Walter White. So, everything in your life at some point will give you inspiration. I loved reading. I loved reading as a little kid. So what it does is it nurtures your imagination. I read Moby Dick at 10, read it again because I really wanted to understand it. I made a list of all the great American literature books that were ever made, and I started reading them. And I got fascinated by it. Like, I love Steinbeck, I love Grapes of Wrath, but that's a Mexican story. It's about these white immigrants that come from the Midwest to pick fruit and during the Great Depression, and they suffer all these losses. And, I read The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. And I love The Jungle. And it's about this immigrant family who struggles, and they work in the meatpacking industry. But you find inspiration in music, in life, a lot of stuff. Like, I did this movie called Blood In, Blood Out, this fantastic film by Taylor Hackford about the Mexican mafia. And the character that I play in the film, a lot of people, they relate to it. But that character is based on the inspiration of my uncles. So I pay homage to them. And I always have gang members come up to me and they go, I thought you were a gang member. And like my brother's a gang member. He loves the life. He grew up in it. He romanticized it. He's really hardcore. He's been in 8 different prisons. And I always ask my brother, I go, how many people have you killed? He goes, I don't know. He goes, but never killed anyone that didn't need to die. That was a big inspiration for me. Believe it or not, yeah, because you get the truth from somebody, So you get, wherever you look, especially as an actor, you're always taking everything in. I meet people, I watch the way they talk. I notice everything about somebody when I meet them. I notice the way they look, how much they weigh, their eye color, the way they move, the way they talk, the way they breathe, the way they sound. I always notice everything. So, and it's just natural to me. So that's.
So then, like, when you're building a character, will you do things like, okay, so what was Tuco's favorite music, or what's his favorite food? Will you?
Right. Oh yeah. When you're building a character, you if you want to do a complete job, it takes hundreds of hours to work on a part before you ever shoot, before you say one line, before you get in front of the camera. By the time you get in front of the camera, it's the end. By the time you shoot, you want to do it because you've been living with all this information in your head, with all this feeling in you that you generate for this character. So by the time you shoot, you want to. I can't wait. I always can't wait to shoot when I get a part, and I can't wait to finish. So, like, I played Ariel Castro in a movie. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Ariel Castro was a really bad man who kidnapped 3 girls, held them for 11 years hostage, impregnated one, had a child, and then the girls escaped. It was a really dark story, and I got offered the part, and I didn't, I was on the fence about doing it, and my girlfriend said, if you don't play this part, no one will feel for the victims, because it has to be played right. So I had to find a way to realize the character so that you had empathy for the girls in the story, because it was a survival story for these women. So I had to find that and build the character and do it. And for me, it sounds sick, but I looked at it as a love story. Yeah, so it was a love story I had to look at it that way. It was a love story, but it made it work. So, and in that movie, I just finished production on the TV show where I played a detective. We wrapped. I had 2 weeks before I started shooting the movie. I gained 40 pounds in 2 weeks. I went from 185, which I am now, to 225 pounds, like just fat. Because the character was a fat, disgusting, human being. But I didn't look at him that way. I just looked at you can't make judgments like that on characters. Like I look at Tuco as a hero. I look at the other guys as the bad guys, right? Am I right?
Yeah. It's all about perspective.
It's all perspective. He's the hero of his own journey,
Absolutely, absolutely. We've got about 20 minutes left. We can keep talking, but does anybody here have any questions? We've got a microphone set up here in the middle. If anybody has any questions, you can step up to the mic. If not, we'll just keep talking. That's okay.
Come on, Walter White must have a question. Come on, Walter. Yeah.
Got to get a picture afterwards, I think.
Okay, so you said a good speech today and yesterday, but I think you forgot to mention one major thing. Say my name.
Heisenberg.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah. That's a real fan. Does anyone else have a question? Anyone? Don't be shy. Oh, she has a question. I'm a Virgo.
Hi.
Hi.
It was very nice to listen to you. I'm actually watching Breaking Bad again now.
Yes.
So it's really nice to see you as well. I wanted to ask, in Breaking Bad, was there some scenes that you improvised, that was put in, like it was off the script, that you didn't have to do, that you included?
Well, I'll tell you, when you have really good writing, there's not really room for improvisation. Because you got to understand, when you're shooting something, a writer writes something very specific. They trust you with the words to tell their story. So they're very picky. But it was only written as tight. And I said, tight, tight, tight. And they loved it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to do that.
That was it. And then the thing I did with the cigarette where I put it out on my tongue, that's not in the script. I just improvised that.
Damn.
Yeah.
That was fake, right?
Yeah. So that was awesome.
No worries. That was amazing. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
No worries.
Someone else?
Okay.
So the whole story of you being a big literature fan really resonated with me, because I started reading really young as well, and I still enjoy doing that. My question is there, at the moment that we speak, a literature character that you would still love to play, even though that somebody did a really good role at it? Would you like to do to give it a second try and do it better?
Wow, that's an interesting question. I think the only one that I really wanted to do was the one I did, was Chavez in Tom Clancy's book, because it was so well written, and I just really connected with the character. I like reading all kinds of stuff. Like right now I'm reading Marilyn Monroe's autobiography. It's actually really good. I was like, do I want to read this? But it gets into her whole history, her growing up and what she went through. So I'm reading that. And I just finished a book on the whole political and geographical reaches of the MS-13 gang. And that was a well-written book, and it's beautiful because it talks about how the genesis of the gang and how it started in Los Angeles and then spread to El Salvador and Mexico, because they kept getting deported and they would start cliques, different factions back in their country, and that's how the gang spread and became one of the biggest, most vicious gangs. Me and my brother are always talking about gangs, so it's just like I guess it's just this thing that's interesting to me, But yeah, I guess just whatever comes up, if it's something good, I'd be interested. I'm always pick apart based on the writing. It has to be good writing. If it's not good writing, but I did a horror film called La Llorona. I don't know if any of you've seen it. He's seen it. Okay, so I did that because of the legend, because I grew up with it. So I knew, and it was a folktale. It stories written about it, and people pass it down from generation to generation. And this supernatural stuff, you have to understand, it's real, okay? It's not made up. This stuff is actually real. So you have to respect it. And in the preparation for it, I had to protect myself, my spirit, my soul. So there's all these different things that you can use to protect you against evil spirits attaching themselves to you. Because, you know, if you call on them, they'll come. So you gotta be really careful with that stuff. And we saged a lot, we did a lot of prayer, we did a lot of specific things. And I was lucky because my girlfriend is very knowledgeable about shamanism and Mexican, they call them like Mexican witches. She studied with curanderos. They're called Mexican witch doctors in Mexico. So in the movie, we infused the film with a lot of the things that they would actually do. And then I made a humorous spin on the character in dealing with was I funny? See, you got to see the film because I'm really funny and it's a horror film. So try that. Yeah.
I think we have another question.
Hello, huge fan. I wanted to ask, do you always do one take acting?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. I don't always, usually I'll do two, which is insane because for safety, if something happens with the take, with the film, with the camera, you know, everything's digital now. But this is the reason. Acting is the manipulation of energy, physical, mental, emotional. So if you're doing a lot of takes, you're killing yourself. If you can be so focused, so ready to go, you should only need one take. You should be able to kill it on that moment. Because you got to remember, when you're shooting, you get one opportunity between action and cut. And you may not get enough. If they don't have the money, if they don't have time, you're not going to get another take. So the better prepared you are. Like if you're a musician and you're playing live, right? You're going to go up there and you're like, we're going to kill it. Let's go kill the song. And you give all in that moment, right? Same thing with acting. So if you can... And the only reason you would even cut a take and do another one, if I don't like the way it's going, if something happens, I will say a line wrong to cut it, to do it again. So that's just me being smart. But because you got to understand, there's no way I could have done like a lot of the work that I've done on different parts if I had to rehearse, if I had to put out that energy and then do it again and again and again, because you're just wasting it. Like when an athlete, a baseball player steps up to hit the ball, right? He's ready to go that moment, throw the pitch. I'm going to hit it. I'm going to try to hit it out of the park. Same thing with acting. Going to hit it out of the park. The problem is you don't always have other actors that are on that level or that work like that. A lot of times, I intimidate a lot of actors because I show up, I'm ready to go, and I'm like, good luck, let's do it. So you got to be so ready, be so prepared, be educated, be smart. Don't waste your time. I was going to say don't waste your time watching television. I watched television growing up all the time. And then now I'm on television. So there you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Ted. You've mentioned this instance where you had a little disagreement with the senior director.
Yeah, I just told him to fuck off.
Yeah, basically, to put in more, yeah. And I can kind of resonate with that because I'm not an actor, I'm a producer, musician, and I've always been struggling with weighing in like your own perspective, the authenticity, and pleasing the fans, see what the fans think, see what the audience thinks.
Yeah, but you have your idea what it would sound like and what it should feel like.
Exactly. And since I've always struggled with that, I thought, what would be your input? Like, where do you draw the line between keeping it real, staying yourself, having your own perspective, kind of being your own director on the film, on the show, on a piece of music, whichever you're doing, and pleasing the fans at the same time.
I don't think you can go in thinking I want to please the fans. You have to go in saying I want to please me. What do I want to do with it? And if the fans like it, great. If they don't, try something else. As far as you have to work with other people, you have to collaborate. Making films, making television is a big collaboration. I mean, I'm fortunate enough that people hire me. They don't try to direct me. They say, what can you do with it? So I come in already with high expectations. They're already looking at me like, wait, we can't wait to see what you're going to do. So I already know that. So I don't need a director, but I need other actors. I need the chemistry. the great thing about when we shot those scenes where I played Tuco, Vince walked up and said, "Oh my God, Aaron, Brian, you guys look so scared. You guys are killing it." And they looked at Vince and they said, "No, we are scared."
Yeah, but that's convincing. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
You know, you're an artist. You have to find your path. You have to find your sound. You know what you want. You know, it's like the same thing. Like I read the script, I looked at it, and I had an idea about what I could do with it. But now it's like, okay, let's make it walk and talk. Let's make it real. I want to hear it. I want to see it. And I hate acting. You guys are all surprised, huh? Because a lot of people, when they see acting, when they look at a script, they see their lines, they see their part. I see all the work. I see all the work that I'm gonna have to do in order to realize this. I don't like acting at all. I'm a very quiet person. I like to read. I like to work on motorcycles. I like to work on my house. You know, I'm very chill. But acting to me is, I see all the work. And I see the challenges. So, like, when I look at a part, I don't see, like, fame, you know, money. I don't see, like, wow, attention. I see, oh, my God, I got to do this, and this to even get close. So, you know, and I know it's going to be hard. Like, when I did the part where I gained all the weight, I go, okay, I gotta get obese in 2 weeks. I ate every day, all the time, and I got tired of eating. I didn't want to eat, and I kept eating. Just to gain the weight, just so I can physically look like the character. So, and that's why I did it. And I got sick of food. Yeah, and it took me 2 weeks to gain it, a month to lose it. So, but again, like I say, I see all the work. But I love watching the end product. Like I love watching the show. Because I don't know what I'm doing when I do it. I mean, I know what I'm doing, but I don't know what it looks like. And I never watched, like, you know how they show you dailies? A lot of times when you're shooting, they'll show you, hey, look what we shot today. Do you want to see this? And I'm like, no, I'll watch it when it comes out. Because then I want to see it all put together. I want to hear your record. I want to hear the whole thing. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Definitely do. Thanks so much, Raymond.
Oh, you're welcome.
Is it okay if I ask another question?
Sure.
Do people get scared and intimidated in real life of you?
All the time.
After the Tuco role?
All the time. I have
didn't
people
wanna
coming
be
up even here to take pictures, and they're shaking, or they don't know what to say. I think they're speaking Lithuanian, but it sounds like gibberish. And they're like, "I'll meet you." I'm like, what? So yeah, all the time. And it's just the characters.
Yeah, because when I asked the first question, I was like shaking a little bit because after watching the show 2 times, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because like you never know what to expect, right? You see me one way, but I'm completely different.
Yeah.
So, and like I've never played myself in a part. I have no interest in playing myself. You know, I don't think I can. I think I'm just too shy, like to do that. So I create like these whole full-blown characters that think differently, that walk differently, that express themselves differently, that feel differently, that sound differently. So for me, that's the way I work.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hello.
Hi, I'm back. I have
Can I just say I love that you guys are asking questions. It's awesome. Thank you.
No worries. So it's funny how the person just asked about if people feel intimidated by you, because I had a question about energies. You talked a lot about like energies. You're trying to like embody a character when you get a role, and you said how long you have to stay in that character and just all these energies and things like that. So I wanted to ask, does it affect your like mental health or mental state, like mentally, spiritually, having the negative energies? For example, where you said you played in Abductor, the kidnapping, the Breaking Bad role. Up till now, people come in like shaking.
Oh yeah, he was a pedophile.
That's awful, right? So how does that actually affect you? Because I believe in energies, things like that. Does that like kind of harm you? When does the energy leave? Is it after a month, after a year? Like...
Okay, you'll be surprised by this answer. You have to let it affect you. you have to feel for it, you
Yeah,
know? You
yeah,
have
to
to
play a good
accept
role.
it. So you have to say, I'm a pedophile, why? Why do I find this child attractive? Why does it appeal to me? Without me personally going, you're sick. That's wrong, you know? So as an actor, as a human being, you have an education, a certain education, you have a certain interest. You know, as an artist, you love certain things. Like I grew up going to church. I went to Catholic church, I went to Christian church, and I love going to church because I love the ceremonies, I love the ornamentation, I love the message, I love the spirituality. But then when you're playing characters, you have to allow the character to dictate how you think, how you feel, how you move, how you walk, how you talk, what appeals to you without your own personal bias getting in the way. So you have to basically not exist. So you really feel like you don't exist for the time that you're doing it, especially if you stay in character.
So after the role is done, how long does that linger?
Well, it
How do
depends.
you
It
feel?
depends. Like that part took about a month to stop thinking like that.
Damn.
Because when you're doing it as an actor, you want to always be thinking. You want to be in that mindset. You want to have his thought process. So, oh, this is so hard. You have to change your thought process, the way that you think, and accept a completely different thought process. And believe it. You have to believe it in those moments when you're doing it. You have to believe that you're existing, that you're this person, and you exist in this moment at this time, and that this is real. So it's very difficult. That's why I always say acting is an intensely difficult job. The problem is you have a lot of people who call themselves actors who cannot act. Like the majority of actors are not very good actors. There's only a handful that are real actors. It's just like I have a friend who's a master mechanic, fix anything, car, motorcycle, Ferrari, Porsche, Chevy, you know, whatever. He just has to listen. He can tell you what's wrong. People come up and talk to him about cars. He can tell like that if you know what you're talking about. It's the same thing with acting. You know, you come up to me, you want to talk about acting, I will listen to you, but I can tell like that what you know. You know, just because I've been there, done it, been through it, stage, theater, film, television, I've done everything. But it's not just experience though. You have to delve deep, and you have to use your intellect, you have to use your spirituality, you have to use, you know, all your emotions. You can't hide anything. A good thing that my acting coach told me too, he said, you're a man, very tough, strong. Your best trait as an actor, you're only strong as an actor if you're vulnerable. If you allow yourself to feel things and you allow the audience to feel it. That's very difficult to learn. Okay, is that good?
Yeah, thank you.
I love that there's a little kid right here. That's awesome.
Are you a fan? Excellent.
Thank you.
Any other questions that I want to ask?
Go ahead,
oh, you got one. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Yes. I love Denzel Washington. I love Robert De Niro. I love Al Pacino, their early work. I love Margot Robbie. The British actor from Ford versus Ferrari. What's his name?
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. Awesome. You know?
Disappears into a role.
Yeah, that guy, watch that guy's work. He's amazing. Daniel Day-Lewis, My Left Foot. Insane. Abraham Lincoln. You know, Sally Field. I love Sally Field. I love Margot Robbie. You know, so you just got to watch people, watch their work. You know, you got to hold, you know, like I build motorcycles. I look at a lot of motorcycles. I like going to motorcycle shows. I love to ride. And I can look at a bike and I can tell if it's built well. I can tell if the guy had imagination, if the guy has style. You know, you see a lot of the same bikes. It doesn't interest me, but when I see something different, you hear something different, you know, that's what excites me. And like, I just love actors that really put it out there, that do really great work. But like, I loved Anthony Quinn growing up. He was a big hero. Like to me, I loved Edward James Olmos. You guys know Edward James Olmos? Great Latin actor. Yeah, you'd have to see some of his films, but he's amazing. Yeah. So I took inspiration from all of them. Yeah. So, you know, you watch them and you get excited because you get excited by good work. Do you fight? Can you fight? So, like, I grew up fighting, like boxing, and I loved fighting people who could fight because it made me better. Yeah, like I loved getting hit because you don't know what it feels like until you get hit. So then you know whether or not you can fight. You know, you don't know how good you are with a guitar unless you play the shit out of it, right? You don't know how good you are as an actor unless you test yourself. So, like, what do you do for a living? A student, okay. So, again, you have to test yourself as a student. How important is it what you're learning? It should be everything to you, everything. Like, whatever you want to do in the future, you're building the house now. Like, if you would have told me when I was a kid that I was going to be an actor, that I would be on stage, that I would be on films and television, I never would have believed you. Never. But I built the house. And then I was invited in. You see, and they're like, wow, it's different.
And that's a great way to end our panel. We're out of time. I'm sorry. Sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. Raymond will be down doing photo ops and signing and all that kind of stuff downstairs. Enjoy the rest of the convention.
Thank you.
Labai faina, kad susirinkot visi. Pradžiai tai kol kas mes prisistatysim su Roku. Aš esu Edgaras, čia yra Rokas. Mes esam iš... Jėzau, daug dalykų šiaip gyvenime daroma, ne?
Aš nežinau, gal geriau yra klausimas žmonėm, ar yra kas nežino, kas mes esam.
Ne.
Tai gerai, tai tada visi viską žino, tai tada galim ir per daug neišplėsti. Hebra, šiaip pirmas dalykas, ačiū, kad atvarėte į Con Baltics. Šiaip kas pirmą dieną šiandieną esate? Ok, yra dalis, kas jau trečią dieną jau iš eilės einat. O, irgi rankų miškas. Ok, tai tikrai jau matėte daug dalykų, kas vyksta. Ar buvot kažkas tai vakar ar užvakar pokalbėje su Sani? Yra tokių, ar ne? Tai gerai.
Jums reikės realiai tą patį dabar klausytis.
Jeigu mes kartosimės, tai Hebra, tavo biškį tyliau skamba mikrofonas, pastebėjai?
Jo, tai aš labiau rėksiu. Jo, šiaip su Roku dirbam Power Hit Radio, galite mus girdėti, esame ir žaidimų balso podcast'o dalis, vedėjai, nežinau kaip čia geriau pranešti. Ir patys buvom labai apsidžiaugę ir džiaugiamės, kad galėsim galų gale pasišnekėti su Saniu, žmogum, kuris, man atrodo, imponuoja tiek man, tiek Rokui, ir šiaip įdomu bus sužinoti, ką jisai daro savo gyvenime, kaip atrodo ta profesija iš truputėlį gilesnės perspektyvos, ne?
Jo, tai svarbiausias dalykas, kad irgi tikimės, kad šitame visame pokalbėje, ką mes moderuosime su Edgaru, kad jūs irgi patys įsitrauksite, drąsiai irgi galvokite klausimus, galvokite kažkokius pastebėjimus. Mes šiaip daugiau su Edgaru tarėmės, kad pakalbėsime daugiau iš God of War pusės, pakalbėsime, koks tas darbas yra, iš ką reiškia vaidinti žaidime. Ir aišku, esame pabaigai paruošę tokių klausimėlių biškį iš jo asmeninio gyvenimo. Tai pažiūrėsime, kaip jisai atsakys.
Nu ir paprašysim, kad garsų dabar padarytumėt. Can we please welcome Sunny Suljic to the stage?
Ladies and gents, welcome Sunny! Louder! So Sunny, your microphone is right here. Okay. It's working, please.
What's up, guys? Yeah!
Sunny, so it's your already, I think, third or fourth day in Lithuania, right?
Yeah.
We heard that you had a very nice night yesterday.
I did have a great night. I had some great food, some great drinks, and got to enjoy myself last night.
For the people who don't know, the Comic-Con usually has basically like a tradition. Guests who come to Con Baltics, they usually go to the local bars and, eat our local foods and stuff like that. And I think you tried the local dish, the cold beetroot soup, or not?
Yeah, I tried
the pink soup.
Yeah, it was really good.
How was it?
It was really good. I mean, my mom's Polish, so I grew up eating like borscht and stuff. So
Okay. So
I'm it's nothing new to me.
Yeah. All right. We also want to talk, obviously, not just about Lithuanian foods, but also about Sunny's career and the stuff he has done. Preparing for this conversation, a lot of people actually just told me to ask you this question. Very simple question. Are you a gamer yourself? Do you play video games? Are you interested in video games?
Yes, I do play video games. I play mostly like first person, like shooter games.
Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Warzone, right?
Yeah. I was big on Fortnite.
Okay.
But are you like more of a story mode player or let's say a multiplayer player?
I mean, it depends on the game. God of War, for example,
Yeah, obviously. Have you played it, by the way?
Yeah, I have played it. I haven't finished Ragnarok yet. And then for the first game, I really can't play it because I can't watch myself.
That's the thing. That's the weird thing, because you're always playing, and do you hear yourself, or does your mind basically mute it?
Oh, I cannot mute it. I hear it in the back of my head everywhere, and it's so annoying to me sometimes. So honestly, I remember when I was playing it for a little bit, and I was doing one of these puzzles, and I kept hearing myself do the hints.
Yeah.
I got my remote and I turned it down, all the way down. I was just like, all right, I'm going to play this without any audio because I can't hear myself sometimes.
In the past, you have mentioned that auditioning for Atreus was one of your first ever auditions, and I wanted to ask you did you have any idea you're going to be in a video game the first time you auditioned for the role of Atreus?
I had no idea. I mean, it was fake names, fake everything. Actually, I'm pretty sure my character name said X on it or something.
Okay.
So it was very discreet. They didn't say anything about it. And then I think maybe the fourth audition or fourth callback, I had to sign an NDA because they told me. Because you can get.
That was a top secret, right?
Yeah.
So, but how much of competition you had whilst applying for that role?
How many people were that, in the participation process of that role you have right now?
I'm not sure exactly, but I'm pretty sure this is like a wild estimate, but I think it was like 1,000 or like 5,000 people.
5,000 people?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I could be wrong, but I remember hearing that.
But that's still
somewhere.
a lot.
Oh my God, yeah.
But we have to mention that the first edition was like a while back. It was like 10 or 9 years ago, or no?
Yeah.
How old were you at that moment?
I was 8.
8 years old.
Yeah.
Holy moly!
Yeah.
What did you feel? What did you think whilst going for that? Whilst applying for that role? When you were 8 years old, you barely understand what's happening in the world.
Yeah, I didn't really. I mean, I think the project was 4 years. I was working on the project for 4 years, so it was 8 through 12, and I think it took me 4 years to really process it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, when I first booked it, I wasn't like really aware of, like how big the franchise was, and I didn't even really know like what, or like how technical the filming experience is with the video game. Because I mean, I would play like GTA and stuff before, and I had no idea how it was made, so it was cool to kind of like be behind the scenes and see how it's...
Right now, since you have like a lot of experience, what do you think are the key differences between acting in a video game, acting in a movie or a TV show? What are do you think are the biggest differences?
I think it's just while filming a video game, you have to use your imagination more because, you don't really have much to work with. You're on like an empty stage and you just have like a bunch of dots on you and you're just with your other co-stars. So, I mean, most of the time you'll just be in like an empty room with a bunch of cameras on you, and then you have to visualize like the whole layout of the scene, so.
But is it more difficult to act whilst you have some, machinery on your head?
Yeah, that's also like the thing I wanted to ask about motion capture suits, because all we see are those like motion capture suits which you get in with the big thingy on your head.
Yeah.
Are they as uncomfortable as they look, or is it actually pretty okay?
They're more uncomfortable than they look. Yeah,
really?
They're very uncomfortable. They're actually pretty heavy. So, I mean, technically, yeah, I was getting like a workout while I was doing the scenes.
Okay.
But I mean, I guess after a while I got used to it. But yeah, no, it's hard to be mobile because I mean it feels like you're in the Matrix, like with like a wire like strapped to your neck. So
Oh yeah, you have a wire right behind you.
Yeah, you have a wire connected to like a pack somewhere, so like you can't really move much. But honestly, I tried my best to not let it distract me.
I have a question, Sunny. Whilst you're acting, well, you obviously have a specific voice in the game, right? But whilst you're acting, do you have to change your voice, or you speak as you do in the game? You speak in normal life?
I feel like it's a little more animated, just because I feel like with acting you kind of have to just give it a little more flavor.
Yeah.
So I mean, even like in a normal conversation, I'll like. In the game, at least, I would kind of make it more, not theatrical, but I would capitalize on like certain words.
Yeah, you give a little bit more emotion.
Yeah, exactly.
But was that a difficult part to kind of get into that role, to give a certain feeling to that voice?
Yeah, definitely. I would say especially too while I was in like the voice recording booth instead of on the mocap stage, because being in the booth you're just looking at a page with a bunch of words on it, and then you have to bring it to life.
Yeah.
So that's probably the hardest.
Would you say the biggest part of your job as a character for Atreus was not actually being in the mocap suit, but actually doing the voice lines?
Yeah,
because I imagine you probably spend a lot of time in the booth just doing simple voice lines, but like in different tones or like in different ways.
Oh my God, yeah. You could not imagine how many times I would say the most simple like sentence in like 5.
Can you give us like an example?
Exactly. But give that example in your Atreus voice.
I think my Atreus voice is my voice. So, or okay, so like when I would say like my arrow, my mistake, there would be different ways where I would say like my arrow, my mistake, or my arrow, my, you know what I mean? Like different different words I would punctuate on. So I would probably do like different lines.
But how would your day look? Because I imagine if you come in the morning to the recording booth, you can't really just go from the morning to the evening just doing the voice lines because your voice usually gets drained, you know?
Oh no, they have all that prepared.
Oh really?
They have teas, they have certain like throat coats, they have everything.
Okay.
So I'll just be in there from morning to night.
Jesus, that's a very draining job, because I probably imagine if after the whole day of just doing the recording booth, you would walk out of the stage really tired.
Well, I mean, at times I felt like I was in like an insane asylum, because I'm like in this little booth and I'm repeating the same lines over and over and over for like hours, and you kind of just grow crazy at a certain point. So like sometimes it wouldn't even be my voice that would be strained. It's just like me, like kind of.
Have you ever been at this moment where you say you wanted to quit, to say, you know, enough is enough?
Yeah, this is not for me.
Yeah, I want to quit.
Nah, never.
So
I mean, obviously there are that would be a lie to say it, like there weren't parts where I was like drained and I was exhausted, but honestly, I didn't mind it, because the thing is like to be a part of such an amazing game that so many people can play and like enjoy. I'm honestly more honored. So that would kind of switch in my head every time I would feel like that. You know what I mean? I still have a goal to have the best performance. But.
I'm really interested, how was school after the first game launched? Obviously, everybody now knows that you were in God of War, one of the biggest games of the year. How was just going to school? Do kids actually call you Atreus, call you boy maybe in school and stuff like that?
It's funny because when the first one came out, I didn't really tell anyone.
Okay. Nobody knew that, right?
Nobody knew, because I don't know. I was just like, I never would really like post anything like on my Instagram.
What was the first reaction when people realized that you're the guy from the God of War?
The craziest thing is, I remember I was going to a store, and I think I was asking like one of the people that worked there for like soup or something. I don't know, like. And someone turned around and they were like, "You're Atreus," but they didn't even see me. They just heard my voice.
Yeah.
And I got recognized just from like them hearing my voice.
What was their reaction?
My reaction,
no,
or theirs?
Theirs, yeah.
Oh, they were flipping out. But I was flipping out as much as they were, because I was so like caught off guard that I got recognized just from me like talking to somebody else, and they overheard. So.
Nice.
Like seeing the first game and now the second game of Ragnarok, how do you think your performance changed? Was maybe the second game even easier since you already had the whole experience with the first game?
I would definitely say I was, I mean, I was already used to, I already knew all my co-stars. We were already, you know, like super close at this point. And I mean, honestly, it just felt like my like family on set. So I think it was a little bit easier, and I feel like I had more input on the character, because I was obviously more aware, and I was able to watch the first game and see how I could improve it. It was 50-50, because also my character around the second game for Ragnarok, it had my character obviously had more lines, more scenes.
It was actually playable.
Yeah, exactly.
In the big game of.
And I was super excited when I found out. But yeah, I mean, there was still a lot of pressure, because I mean, so many people are playing the game, and if I like every time I like do one,
the whole world plays this game.
Yeah, so it felt like a lot of weight on my shoulders, but I was prepared. I was definitely more prepared the second time around.
I was always wondered, and can you tell me, like, because I imagine if you're doing the voice lines or you're in the motion capture suit, you know, acting and doing the role, how much input do you have? I imagine there's like a director telling you what to do, how to say it, and stuff like that. But can you just go like, oh, I actually have a better idea how to voice these lines? And do directors actually listen to your ideas, to your inputs?
Yeah, do you have some certain freedom?
Yeah.
At least I think I do.
All right.
But yeah, no, I mean, everyone's super cool. I mean, any suggestion is I mean, everyone's very open to suggestions and like ways that we can make the scene better. And also like even Matt Sophos, one of the narrative directors on the game, he was, I mean, he really did not mind like improv and, you know, just feeling the character more. It was mostly just about like, you know, getting the emotion out of me and whatever I could do, that would work best. So if we had to change a certain line or, you know, do a different move or whatever, they were super open to that.
Yeah, well, if you don't mind changing the topic a little bit, I wanted to ask you, well, you're a gamer yourself, right? You play video games. You mentioned you play first-person shooters, you play Call of Duty, you played God of War, obviously. What do you think is the best game out of all, excluding God of War, okay? What is your favorite gaming experience you ever had so far?
Probably.
That's a difficult question. It can be Fortnite, it's all right.
It's probably, I hate saying that
it's all right.
Fortnite, but
I mean, it's a big game.
It is probably Fortnite, but it's not the game itself, though. It's like the memories I created. Because I remember like when it first came out and I was like, you know, I'd call my friends and like, it was more just like who I was playing with at the time. So I guess I have like a nostalgia attached to that, more than the game itself, but...
What do you think about such games as, for example, The Last of Us?
I haven't played.
You haven't played it?
I haven't played it.
Holy moly.
I know, I gotta play it.
Holy moly, man. You should really play it. Do you agree, guys?
I mean, The Last of Us probably, if you take The Last of Us and you take God of War Ragnarok, they kind of has a lot of similarities, you know, because you have Kratos, you have Atreus, and you have
emotional attachments.
Yeah.
Joel, you have Ellie.
Yeah, and they're also like both very story-based games. One thing I wanted also to ask about NDAs, maybe some of the people who are listening, who are watching us right now, they don't really know what an NDA is. So basically, if you start like sign a contract, start working on a video game, start acting, for a certain period of time, you cannot tell anyone about that you're actually working on God of War and stuff like that. How does that work? Do you not just some days you just want to, you know, like tell your closest friends or, you know...
Or just give a little hint,
Yeah,
you know?
just give a little hint.
I'm working on something.
Yeah, I'll, if I wanted to tell my friends, I would text through WhatsApp, because it's encrypted, so...
Have you ever done that?
That's the secret thing.
No, I haven't done that, but actually that's a good idea. But, yeah, no, I mean, it is weird, though, because it's like... It also creates that thing, too, where, like, someone tells you not to say something and then you really want to say it.
Oh, yeah.
So, but, I mean, obviously I did... I think, like, in the middle when I was even filming the first one and when I was doing the second one, too, I obviously told my friends, but, like... actually, no, I didn't.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't.
I mean,
shut those cameras off.
Yeah, I mean, you could be working on God of War, the next game already, but you just cannot tell us right now. Yeah, see?
Look at him, he's quiet
he keeps
now.
quiet, yeah. Also, I also wanted to ask, how did your parents react when they actually knew that you're going to be in a video game? And this might be actually your future job.
I think, honestly, my mom, I mean, she was obviously super excited. She's not really invested into video games, so she didn't know, like, how much of an impact this would have on my life. I think my sister was actually probably more excited because she knew about God of War. Yeah. She was like, no way, like, so, I mean, we were all super excited, but I feel like it's, I think definitely during, like, Ragnarok, I got more of that, fulfillment, I guess, because I felt more involved with the project and everything, so it was a lot more exciting.
Plus, you were older at that time, so obviously you understand things better. But also, as far as I remember, in 2018, if I remember correctly, you were nominated for BAFTA Best Gaming Performer, something like that, for this kind of nomination.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah.
How does it feel to be nominated for such an acting award?
Dude, it's honestly unreal. Because I didn't even know, like, when I went to the BAFTAs and everything, I still didn't even really know how big the game was. So when I went to all these events, I was super surprised and just like, I don't know, I was really overwhelmed.
Because you're together with all those actors in one room, right?
Yeah, it's...
And they're all superstars to you as well. And you're a superstar as well.
Yeah, I guess so.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but it just hit me, the idea. You could be a very good superhero. Because you already have the experience of actually, because as I saw like superhero movies, when they do the scenes with the superheroes, correct me if I'm wrong, we usually just have like these stupid suits and the building is not actually falling down, it's all the CGI stuff and basically the actors have to imagine everything. So you could be a superhero because you already went to the whole Atreus arc.
I know, and I am like super strong. So
you're a half god, right?
I mean, you could be very fast, you know, like a superhero who runs very fast.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it just depends on what it is, because also I don't want to be like typecasted though too, because like if you do like Spider-Man or something, it's hard to like, you can't really, it's harder to do other projects like...
So basically, if after Tom Holland, you're in the next Spider-Man, you can't really do any other projects?
I mean, you can, but it's different because people will always see you as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, you kind of get typecasted. But I mean, obviously, if Marvel hit me up and they were like, let's make you a superhero, I would love to.
Yeah, you would probably.
But
sorry, apologies. But Sunny, do you understand that if you didn't get this role whilst you were 8 years old, your life would probably be a whole lot different, right? How does this make you feel when you know that well, probably in let's say 5 years you'll get something else, you'll probably be in the next God of War game and the next one later. How does this make you feel? Well, basically your whole life is, you know, planned.
You got it all set up, you know. You're sitting on a bag of money right now. In the future, for the future, probably. I don't know, but probably. It kind of seems like, because you're doing a very good job.
Well, yeah, I gotta just make sure I don't fuck it up.
Yeah.
Sorry, mess it up. Yeah, I mean, I am very grateful, like for the for everything that I've been able to do, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the future of.
Do you see yourself, because we're talking a lot about like video games, but I know you also have been in other movies and stuff like that. You're a big skateboarder, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
What would you say would be a nicer role for you, to be in a, I don't know, next Tony Hawk game as a skater or something like that, or maybe star in a different kind of type of movie or like say a show?
Honestly, I'm pretty open to doing like any projects right now. I mean, I'm still specific on like what films I do, but my sister and I are actually working on a script right now.
Okay.
So once the strike is over, then we're gonna start working on it.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, I'd love to do a show. I've never done a show in my life. So I mean, I've done movies and voice acting and stuff, but I think doing a show would be pretty cool. So.
Would you say doing a movie is a bit easier than doing like the whole video game? Because you were in the movie with this, you were also pretty young, A24 Productions, right?
A24, yeah.
Yeah, they did a movie if you were like in a skater gang.
Yeah, mid-90s.
How was it? I mean, comparing to the whole video game, is doing a movie like that a bit easier, or maybe it's actually more work?
It's different. I mean, there's both sides to it, because I mean, with the video game, like, yeah, it's long sometimes, but I mean, when you're working on a project for such a long time, you already are so comfortable with the character. With the movie, you have, I mean, most of the time you're shooting like 3 to 4 months.
Yeah.
And it's a lot quicker. You have less time. There's more deadlines to it, so you have to make sure that like once you film it, it's done. You know what I mean? With the video game, you have more mobility to like re-record certain lines. I can watch some things back, and then go back to it a year later if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Yeah. But with the movie, it's like it's that take, and then that's it. But I think they're both different. I wouldn't say one is easier than the other. I think they both have their own. You know, like struggles, I guess. But I mean, I love doing both.
Sunny, what is like to, well, as a famous person, I'm changing the topic again.
Yeah.
But what is it like to be as a famous person as you are, and what it's like on social medias? Do you get a lot of attention from girls, boys, whatever, I don't know, but do you get a lot of attention, and what kind of attention is it? Is it all gaming related, or is it like personal related?
It's all different. I mean, some people recognize me from skating, some people recognize me from movies.
Does it ever get annoying?
No, it doesn't get annoying, because I mean, this is what I signed up for. Like, I mean, I think that, like, for me to, I've seen celebrities too where they're like assholes to like their fans and stuff, and I'm like, dude, like, you knew what you were getting, type of thing. But I don't think it really gets annoying. Obviously, I'm not like Michael Jackson famous, where everywhere I have to go, I'm like,
Yeah, you have to cover your face.
But yeah, I mean, I think with any publicity, you're gonna have good attention and bad attention. People are gonna say bad things, and people are gonna say good things. Like, you can't be loved by the world, so.
Exactly. Nowadays, I think, I don't know if we can call it a trend, but it kind of seems like but more and more famous actors go into video games. We had Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk, and we're getting more and more, like, famous worldwide actors in video games. Do you think it might be a trend that in the future, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 years into the future, we'll see like the A-listers actually go into video games? I'm talking like Brad Pitt's, like DiCaprio and stuff like that.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Because the way that video games are going right now, it's like a playable movie. You know what I mean? So, I mean, especially with like the quality and everything, it looks so realistic. So, I mean, I don't see why not. And I'm pretty sure a lot of actors are hopping onto that.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we should probably ask Brad Pitt, but if a producer comes to Brad Pitt and says, hey, I would like you to be in a video game, I'm not sure his first reaction is going to be, yeah, sure, let's do it. Because, I mean, I kind of think that some of the actors, maybe even the older ones, they see video games as this, niche place where it's video games are video games, and we're always going to stay video games. They're not going to be like Hollywood movies and stuff like that. But it's kind of nice to see famous actors actually joining. But Keanu Reeves, I think at Cyberpunk was one of the biggest
Idris
ones.
Elba.
Idris Elba, yeah, exactly. He also joined the gang.
What else? There's someone else as well.
On the Death Stranding.
Norman Reedus. Norman Reedus from The Walking Dead.
He did the Death Stranding.
Have you watched?
Yeah.
So that's the cool thing with more famous actors. But I mean, how do you think? How many years do we have to wait till like those A-listers join up to the video game community and projects? 10, 15, 20?
Nah, I don't think so. I think maybe like
short time.
Yeah, I think it's short time. I mean, I feel like video games just recently though too. I mean, within the past like 10 years have evolved like rapidly, and I think it's now getting the recognition that it deserves. So I think people are really starting to like appreciate like video games and like what goes into it. So
it's a big industry.
Yeah.
But Sunny, who are the main actors that you look forward to? Who are your like, gods of acting that you look forward to, that you try to learn from? Maybe someone from the Hollywood, someone from the movies, not only from video games.
I love Al Pacino, or no, not Al. Wait, is that his?
Yeah.
Al Pacino. Sorry, I was thinking if I was saying his name on like a movie. Al Pacino, Leonardo DiCaprio is also really good.
Oh yeah.
Brad Pitt. Nicole Kidman. Dude, there's so many great actors. But yeah, probably. Actually, I really like Robert De Niro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But do you try to learn from them? Is there something like something specific that you try to learn from specific actors, or you try to gain knowledge from them, or in any way you learn from them?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like just even like watching the movie, seeing how they react in certain scenes, because everyone has their own flavor to it. Like I'll definitely get inspiration, but I'll watch certain movies too, depending if like, let's say if I were to do a project that's a drama or something, I'd probably watch some drama movie.
Yeah, exactly, because probably in the beginning, when you began as a Trius, you didn't have a lot of experience in acting.
Yeah.
Probably. Am I wrong? Well, basically, you didn't have a lot of experience before, right? Because you were young and so on.
Yeah,
so you still have to watch those movies, as you've mentioned. You watch specific scenes from those movies, and you learn from those actors how to react and how to act in some certain situations, right?
Yeah. I mean, also when you start working on like any project too, like a movie or video game or whatever, they'll give you, you know, like certain things to watch or certain things to research or, you know, search up and stuff, just so you can have a better idea of the character or, you know, a certain way they want you to play the character. So,
can you answer this question, this whole mystery? I'm pretty sure that not everybody knows how this name Boy came into God of War.
Was it the director? Was it the Kratos himself? Was it maybe your idea? I mean, I doubt it was your idea, right?
I wish I could take credit for that.
Yeah, because as far as I know, if you don't know this exact answer, I looked for it on the internet, and it said that at that time it wasn't sure how to call Atreus. He didn't have a name.
He didn't. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, he didn't have a name, so he would.
Okay,
he would
so I
just call
answered
me Boy.
my question. So I was curious if you know that, but okay, but
thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, but now you get called Boy everywhere, right? Do people call you Boy somewhere?
Oh yeah, everywhere.
How does it feel to be called
Probably gets annoying, I imagine, because so many years have passed, and I mean, I know it from like I saw the video of GTA 5 had a, I don't remember the guy's name, but one of the main characters of GTA 5. He
Michael Trevor.
I think the Trevor one, but he gets the same, like, you know, just shouts on the streets 10 years after the game has released.
Trevor.
And he still gets bothered, and he just, people... Nowadays, he said that people don't really want to go and, you know, take pictures. People just want to shout at him still, 10 years after the game has released. So I kind of think you have the similar situation with the Boy thing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't mind it. Like, it's not...
You don't mind being called a boy?
No, I mean, I don't really like... Yeah,
yeah, but it's a good name, right?
Yeah, it's a good
Boy.
name. I'm going to name my son Boy.
We'll see about that. Are you expecting a child now?
No, not anytime soon.
Okay. Right. Talking about also video games or movies or TV shows, since you're in already this genre, do you think playing video games and watching video games, you see it through the other eyes? For example, you would see how people act more and stuff like that. You analyze more. Because usually people go to movies for entertainment, to just basically sit and be entertained. Do you find yourself going to the movies and analyzing the movie more?
Yeah,
or not just being there for entertainment?
Yeah, no. Honestly, movies have never been the same to me after I started, like, after even the first project that I worked on.
Yeah.
No, yeah, because I'm constantly... I'm not critiquing the film, but I'm just looking at it from a different perspective. Like I know how they shoot certain things, and I would also kind of envision myself as whomever they're playing. Like, so I would kind of see how I would act that. So I'm looking at it from more of a perspective of me like analyzing it.
What are your biggest pet peeves of acting? What do you cannot stand? What other actors do? Maybe some kind of mannerisms, you know, or how they do stuff.
Probably my biggest pet peeve is you can tell, or at least I can, when someone is actually crying, or right before they did the scene, they put in like someone put in eye drops for them.
Okay.
Because I can see that immediately, and I think it's so stupid.
Can you tell us the secret? Do you like percentage-wise? How many people how many actors can actually make themselves like legitimately cry, and how many do drops? Because doing drops seems like a much easier way to, you know, actually be ready for the scene.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Like you have a different facial expression when you use the teardrops. I mean, not teardrops, eye drops. But I don't really know how many actors use them or not. I don't know.
But it's probably more common, right, than those actors who can cry.
Well, I think that's on like the top list of like it's a good skill to have. Obviously, you can still, like, be an actor or whatever, and like not be able to cry. But I think that's the point of being an actor, like to put yourself in that character's shoes and actually feel the moment. You know what I mean?
I also wanted to ask, because Raymond Cruz, like last hour, was talking here, and he was saying about preparation for the roles, that sometimes you have to prepare for the role for months, just set your mind to the character and stuff like that. But after you're done shooting the movie, the TV show, or maybe even the video game, is it easy for you to get out of the role and actually be yourself and not be, for example, Atreus or any other character you have the role in? I mean, do you just, go like, I'm Atreus and I'm myself?
Sometimes. I mean, it depends. I feel like with Atreus, like I feel, I mean, sometimes when I do certain scenes, like I can't really just like snap out of it. Like I'm in Atreus's mind, basically. But I mean, it depends on the role. I haven't done anything like the Joker or something like that. That's like a psychological thing where it takes a toll on you. So like, I mean, some actors kind of lose their mind, but I haven't really like been stuck in a character for like too long. It's usually like within like a day. Like if I do like a big heavy scene or something, within that day I'll be kind of drained and like in that kind of state of mind.
Because that would be the funny thing, because if your friends want to hang out with you, do they get Sunny or do they get Atreus now that day, which way it goes.
But Sunny, question about God of War again, coming back to the game. Well, obviously we're expecting a God of War sequel, right? Sometime in the future, someday later. I'm not asking when, but how do you think that Atreus, how he will evolve as a character in the future?
Honestly, I have no idea. Because
I'm sorry to interrupt, but obviously he changed a lot from the previous God of War to God of War Ragnarok. Yeah. How will he change in the future?
The only thing that I would think, I mean, Atreus is low-key, so I guess maybe he could turn into a villain in some way.
Do you think he becomes a villain?
Maybe, honestly, I don't know. Because there's so many routes to go.
I mean, I had this idea. Now, spoiler alerts for everybody who didn't play God of War Ragnarok. Just close your ears for like 30 seconds. I was sure that Kratos is gonna die in Ragnarok. Like Kratos is gonna die in Ragnarok, and the next game actually is gonna be Atreus just going on a revenge tour or doing some stuff like that. And he did not die, to my surprise. And as I understand, we just ended the whole Norse mythology thingy, and now we're gonna move to something different. But I also would see the Atreus maybe even branching out and doing his like whole thing, solo. Because God of War is Kratos, but we now have Atreus, who is a young person, a mature person who can go and have his own like adventure and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that Ragnarok was essentially a transition for Atreus to kind of, go his own path and stuff. So we'll see where they take it.
All right.
Yeah, we're curious to know what's going to happen in the future. All right, guys, so as far as I can see, our clock is ticking, and we might want to go to the questions. Anybody from the audience have any questions to Sunny about video games, movies, acting, gaming, or whatever?
There's a microphone right in the middle. You can.
Yeah, there's a microphone, guys.
Come up to the microphone and just ask away. We'll see what
questions. Are you ready for those questions?
First question is going to be, when is the God of War 3 coming out?
Hey, hello. So the question is very simple. In the video game God of War, one of the main weapons is a bow. Yeah, it's a bow. Do you know how to use bow in real life?
Actually, yeah, I do. I had to learn. Actually, no, I didn't have to learn, but I wanted to learn. I've used it once, and I actually almost shot myself with an arrow. So I haven't picked up a bow in a while.
How can you shoot yourself with a bow?
Because I was trying to get the arrow like up, and then like I was pointing.
And
up.
The arrow was pointed to your.
Pointing at my toe. So
cool.
yeah. ever since then, I haven't touched the bow. But maybe I could get a lesson or something.
Thank you for the question. That was a pretty traumatic experience, when you shoot yourself with the bow, and you still have to act when you're shooting the bow.
That would have been horrible. That would have been so painful.
Yeah.
Another question. Hello.
Hey, I just wanted to ask one thing when it comes to acting in video games. You guys mentioned something about NDAs, and I know games like God of War are one of the more expensive games to make because of the audience and just in general what the companies expect to make back. Is it more risky in games like these to improvise, do something that's a bit off script because you think, oh, the producer, the director, I think I have a better vision, I just gonna do it, on the set without consulting with him. Is it risky doing this in games like this?
Are you saying like if they were to change like the dialogue or like certain things?
Yeah, something like that.
It does depend. It depends on like how significant the line is, because one single line can like also be a big impact on like the next like 10 scenes. So they definitely do like consult with other people. There were like some voice recording sessions where I would ask to change a certain line and they really couldn't do it, but they would be talking to like 20 different people. So they are pretty specific on, every line. But there's really not much to change with it. The scripts are phenomenal. But if there are certain lines that I personally think could be better in a way, then honestly, it depends. But
thanks.
Excellent. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
There's a line.
Hey, Sunny, Mantas here. So I'm wondering, what would be your advice for aspiring voice actors? Where should they begin? What should they do? Or anything of that sort?
I'd probably just say like even practicing like monologues just on like your free time, or even scenes that you can reenact. But I would probably say the best advice that I have, just anything related to the acting industry of being an actor, would be to just like stay patient, because it's there's so many other people doing it, and it's easy to get discouraged because sometimes you don't have the right look, or something could be off a little bit. So it's honestly a waiting game sometimes.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Cheers. Introduce yourself so you can say your name as well.
Okay, well, I'm Jonas. Hey, Sunny.
Hello.
I've had this interesting question. It's like, have you ever played in a game or had a role in a movie where you decided that, man, maybe I would be a better pick for it?
Yeah, I have.
Can you tell us which game?
Or movie?
Or movie, yeah.
Tom Holland, son, he's coming for your ass.
You're not gonna get in trouble, man. Don't worry.
No, I'm genuinely thinking, because there have been times where I've been like, I'm trying to remember what movie it was, but it was just me and another kid, and this other kid ended up booking it because he had brown eyes, and the parents in the movie had brown eyes, so it was more just like off the look, and I didn't book the role, and a year later I ended up watching the movie, and I was like, oh my God, he acted so bad, but I don't remember what movie it is. Or maybe I do, but I will not tell you guys.
Obviously, thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Carlos, and I have a question. Have you ever played the Batman Arkham games?
No, I haven't.
No? Highly suggested. Just so many countless hours of entertainment, and it's also, story-based, and with in Arkham Knight, there's like Robin and Batman, so there's that, connection that, the emotional connection between two playable characters.
Yeah, between Kratos and Atreus, the similar one. Yeah,
like that,
exactly.
Well, okay. See ya.
Cheers.
Well, yeah, I'll check it out, definitely.
We're expanding your video game list. What to play, you know?
Wait, so I got The Last of Us,
You
Batman.
really have to play The Last of Us. Trust me, man.
Okay.
Hello, so my name is Torres, and I have a question about skateboarding. What's your favorite skateboarding trick, and what's your least favorite?
My least favorite. My favorite skate trick is probably a tray flip, and my least favorite trick is probably a heel flip, because I was never able to do it well. Actually, no, probably a hard flip, because I've sacked my board a couple times, which is not fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you do a double kick flip?
I can, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy moly, man.
He's a serious skateboarder.
I know, but
Yeah, yeah.
double kick flip is difficult to do.
Even in video games,
Yeah.
it's difficult to do, you know? I mean, in real life, it's like incredible. Yes.
Hello, man. I'm Alex. My question about LA. How do you find living in LA, you know, being surrounded by Hollywood stars, maybe top things you like and hate about living in Los Angeles?
Well, I like living in LA because obviously there's a lot of opportunity for, acting, just in the acting world. And I just like living next to the beach. The weather is really nice out there. But probably the things that I don't like is, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know.
Yeah, that's okay, man.
I can't. If I think of one, I'll tell you.
Okay, thank you. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you. By the way, how are the people? Friendly in LA?
Kind of.
Yeah?
It's 50-50. It
Okay.
depends on
It's 50-50, right?
Yeah.
Okay, apologies for interruption, yeah.
No worries, no worries. So my name's Daniel. It's a pleasure to hear you and see you here, Sunny. And I have a question for you in regards of remember you mentioned you were sitting in that wide booth reading the same words over and over, or in that heavy costumes, just wondering like Matrix and you out of the Matrix. What actually kept you pushing forward? You know, what actually helped you like to sometimes like stop? Well, it's difficult, but like what thoughts have you had during those moments? Like what kept you like going on? Maybe sometimes or outdo your role?
It honestly depends because sometimes like I said earlier, I do kind of lose my mind in the booth sometimes. So I'll just tell them like I'll take like a 5-10 minute break. And sometimes I'll just listen to like a motivational like video on YouTube, be like, you got this. But just do it. Yeah, I guess it's just a repetition. It's not necessarily me like thinking negative thoughts. But sometimes I do because I'm like, dude, why can't I say the line a certain way? Or there's also like certain words that are like tongue twisters. And that would really piss me off because I just couldn't get myself to say it. But I guess I would just tell myself that it's worth it in the long run. So I'll just keep that in my head.
Thank you very much. Oh, by the way, also, if I may. So can you say one tongue twister right now?
From the game? Or
If
just
you
in
want
general? I have Invisalign too. So I was gonna. What is a tongue twister?
An English one.
I can't think of one from the game because it's.
We can say a Lithuanian one, but it's gonna be hard. Lithuanian one said like, fuck it. Šešios sesės su šešiais žąsyčiais. Yeah. Maybe let's not even go to there. Yeah, but thank you for the idea.
Then, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Cheers, man.
Wait, what was
Pleasure having you.
What were you guys just saying?
There's like a tongue twist in Lithuania. Šešios žąsys su šešiais žąsyčiais. Yeah, but you have to say it very quickly. It's basically 6 ducks with 6
ducklings.
6 ducklings with 6 ducks.
Something like that. Yeah.
You wanna try it? Šešios žąsys, šešios žąsys.
Šešios
žąsys.
Žąsys.
Su šešiais. Yeah, you can do it. Šešiais žąsyčiais.
Say that one more time.
Žąsyčiais. Žąsyčiais. Žąsyčiais.
Why can't
No worries, man.
The tongue twister is for me to even just try to say
We
it.
cannot act, you cannot
Don't worry, I'm going to come back to Lithuania. I'll speak full.
We give a round of applause to Sunny.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice. Nice try, nice try.
Hello.
That's my sister?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So hi, Sunny. I'm Olivia. I actually have two questions. If we have enough time, I would like to ask both of them. I'll start with the shorter one, I guess. If you didn't go down the path of acting, I know you were really young when you started out, but was there a dream that you had before you started acting that you saw yourself doing something else? You know, it could be like any sort of job, but did you have a dream before that?
Well, actually, the dream was to for me to become a successful actor in a sense, and skateboarding as well.
Oh,
And
so you always wanted to be an actor?
Yeah. When I was like 4 or 5, I remember watching this. I think it was like an Eddie Murphy movie where you know how he plays a bunch of like different characters and stuff. So I thought that was really cool to kind of have alternate versions of yourself. So I thought that was cool, and it was just like a form of expression. I got to be crazy. And just mess around. So I thought, and that's the reason I started so early, is because that's exactly what I wanted to do, and my parents were super supportive, so they're like, let's do it.
I'm really glad they were. So I guess that's a good transition to my next question, because I've always wondered how this process goes. How do you get not recognized, but like offered these roles as a child? Like, what is the process? Do directors come up to you? Do you go to I don't know, a theater school or something like that? How does the whole process of starting out in big projects actually happen?
The most important thing is to find an agent or a manager to where they can find you auditions, and then you just go to different auditions, meet casting directors and everything.
But do you seek out the manager?
Well, at the time I was really young, so I wasn't really like involved in that. But basically there was this, there are places to where you can go to meet managers and agencies, and you can do a monologue in front of them and show basically like your skills and your talents. And then if they like you, then you work with them. And then personally, I got most of my practice and everything with just doing the auditions, you know what I mean? And then, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Well, good luck in your career.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And now, since the time is ticking, we have the last question here.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Kaidi. I'm from Estonia, really near here. I have, by the way, my boyfriend really loved you in God of War.
Thank you.
He's shy a little bit, but he's sitting there.
Where's your boyfriend?
Where is he?
There.
There you go.
Hey, don't be shy, man.
There you go. There you go.
We got you.
Anyways, I'm a big fan of Stargate, also Christopher Judge. And I wanted to ask you, like, how was it to work together with Christopher Judge?
Oh, Chris is not only has he been like like a father to me, like on set and offset as well. He's also helped me, like develop my craft, and he has so much advice and wisdom, and the way he describes it too with his voice is like it's more powerful too. But he's very talented, and I hope to work on more projects with him in the future. So, yeah.
Thank you. You're
Yeah, of
awesome.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for your questions, for your attention. Did you enjoy this conversation with Sunny?
Thank you. Once again, round of applause for Sunny Suljic. And
Thank you, guys.
Woo! Yeah, and thank you for coming here. Thank you. Enjoy the convention.
Take care, guys.
Sunny, give a round of applause to Sunny.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, 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 hello. How is everybody today? Okay, good. Just before we get started, need to read you the disclaimer that due to the ongoing SAG-AFTRA strike, please show solidarity towards our guests and try to avoid asking questions about previous and ongoing TV and movie projects from struck studios. The guests might not be able to answer them. We can, we can kind of talk around things, but really we are in solidarity with the Screen Actors Guild because we need to be. It's important. So with that in mind, please welcome to the stage, Ms. Colby Minifie.
Hi. Wow. These chairs look so comfortable.
They are. They're great. They're great.
Hey, thank you all for being here and coming and being here and coming.
Or coming and being here, either way.
Either one.
Yeah.
I think we should say coming a few more times.
just to make it awkward. So, for those of you who don't know, Colby, would you like to tell them a little bit about yourself, just to get started, and then we'll really get into things? Or should I just ask
the best
you
way to
questions?
describe myself is this joke. I'm just going to pick one randomly. Why can't you hear the pterodactyl in the bathroom? Because the P is silent. That's my introduction of myself. How's that? Why, thank you.
I think you can see what kind of seriousness this interview is going to take.
Oh, it's a very serious interview, yes.
All right, so let's just jump right in there. What is your favorite dinosaur?
By far the T-Rex.
Okay.
Imagine trying to hug as a T-Rex. You're just like, I mean, it's just comedy built into a very scary animal.
And does that idea of comedy and terror, does that work for you?
Oh,
I mean,
good
Nice.
segue. Hey,
I'm good like that, huh? It's like I'm a professional.
Yes, I think also like the only way that comedy works is if you treat the thing with the utmost seriousness. If you try, and I'm guilty of this all the time, of trying very hard to be funny in a scene, and they're always like, can you not? Can you just, like, the note I always get on the show that cannot be named, the Voldemort, we can call it. Oh, that's also a Struck project. Never mind. Just like Colby, like grounded, like less broad comedy, just grounded. And I'm always like, oh, right. But it is always more funny if you just treat something as real and as grounded as possible. And in that way, it's like the more, like, in playing with terror, for example, in a funny scene, if you have to be really scared, it can be really funny if you were just going all out terror, screaming. It turns then back into humor, into funniness.
Well, and the character that you play on that show, actually is probably the most terrifying character of all.
Really?
Do you guys agree with me?
Really?
Because the character that normally you would say is the scariest, right? The guy, the male character. You know who he is. You know where he comes from. But your character is the epitome. It brings the satire full circle because you're playing it so straight that we can. You really are. The heart of the show. If you guys watch the show, I mean, this is really where the
really?
Absolutely.
So nice.
From an analysis standpoint, your character in the most recent season really brings that satire home because she's the epitome of that corporate that will do anything to advance the product, and so brings that satire home, which is far more terrible because we know that the guy doesn't exist.
I see what you're
But
saying. That because
you do.
Right. Woo. That's
Right?
very generous of you to say. Thank you. I feel, I mean, this is like all, I'm going to keep it broad, but in my response, but like all characters, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I don't know if any of you were at that one, but all characters, they don't think that they're being evil. If they're doing shitty things, they think, no, I have to, like, well, this is the only way out of this. People usually think they're doing the best possible thing for themselves, right?
Everybody's the hero in their own story.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so you know, if you do something that, like, the characters that I play tend to be quite ruthless and crazy and like a little intense. I think that's just my facial expressions. I can't control them. But I think like the only way to make it, like, we all have that person in our office, right? That's just like, I mean, hopefully not. Like, hopefully people have better jobs.
If you don't know the person in your office who is that, it's you.
Yeah. And so we all have, like, that is true that, like, in that show, it is, we need, especially because it's heightened and because it's living in a magical space, we need to connect to certain characters. And I think they realized that after the first season, because my character was only supposed to last that one season, but I think they realized that they need that kind of corporate representation in the rest of the show, and because for the audience to connect to, you know. I don't think that was an answer to your question. I don't know what the question was.
It's a freewheeling conversation, that's all.
Okay,
that's
cool.
all. And if you guys have any questions while we're talking, because we can just talk for days. We've been talking for the last 3 days. So if you guys have any questions, please, there's microphones, step up, and we'll take them as they come.
And I'll try to answer as clearly as I can, despite this ridiculous strike situation. So thank you.
Well, okay, but now, how do you then prepare? You said you've got a character who, and you tend to play ruthless characters, and in other shows that we cannot mention. How do you, process-wise, how do you find the good in somebody that is evil?
I always think, like, especially with the little men, I guess maybe I'll call it.
The little men?
The little men.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Think of what little men are. I'm trying to not mention the show.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, yes, okay, sorry.
In that one.
I thought you were talking about something completely different.
Like the sequel to Little Women?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. The actual book. In that one, like, I always thought of her as the moon. She's constantly reflecting the sun. She's trying to, like, reflect off the sun. She's like, see, I'm cool too. Like, ooh, look at me. And, like, I'm cool in relation to people, which, like, when you think about somebody like that, you just have empathy for her world that she's put herself in, and the power she's trying to gain, and the outfits she puts herself in, and the shininess she's attracted to. And when you think about somebody that's in that space, everything just kind of grows from there. And I'm being way too specific now, but with some of the hair pulling stuff, like, I remember saying to the showrunner, I was like, I think she needs to have something that's releasing a lot of her tension, because she's so wound up so tight. And I said, why doesn't she start pulling her hair out, or like shitting randomly, or like binge eating or something? And he's like, oh, cool, like, I like the hair thing. And so it grew into a whole other thing, and that creates also more empathy from the audience, because they see, I don't actually know, maybe I'm assuming that, but, like, they actually see how somebody deals with that kind of stress. And I'm being way too specific.
Well, okay,
this is being recorded? Oh, God. I'm going to get fired.
We're gonna widen it out then. So with all of your characters, how much collaboration when you're working on a TV project in general, nothing specific, but in general, how much collaboration do you have? I mean, you said you went to the showrunner to talk about the hair pulling thing. Is there a lot of collaboration in that sense, or
Yes, there's a lot of like, I mean, it depends. With other shows, it's not. I'll ask, like, why am I saying this? Can I use a different word? And they're like, no, that word is very specific to the entire world we're building. And I'm like, well, if you gave me more scripts, I could understand the world we're building. But with that show, it's much more, like, they give us more time to prepare. They are welcoming. They share information. It's really helpful. But my favorite thing is being in theater, because I shadowed a director on the latest season, and I learned, usually when we're working on these shows, like, we get there, we're working, we get the scripts, we sit, and I sit in my room, and I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And then I sit in my bathtub, and I, like, write ad-lib lines to, like, whip out on the day to make me look really funny and smart. And then I get there, and they're mostly like, no, thank you. And then sometimes they're like, oh, that's really funny, let's have you say more dirty things, and it's fun. But sometimes I misunderstand the scene, right? And I get to set, and they're like, no, the scene is that. The scene is actually not that. The scene is this over here. And it's always confusing, because we get 10 minutes of rehearsal. We, like, really don't get a lot of, like, cohesive understanding. And the door is always open to write an email and say, hey, what's the scene about? I just never knew that door was open for a long time.
Okay.
They don't tell you that door is open. Like, you just kind of have to, like, open the door, and they're like, oh, yeah, you can come in here, that's fine.
That's not locked.
When I shadowed the director, which meant that I just, like, literally stood in their shadow all day for 2 months and watched the process of the show being made, I was like, oh, all these conversations that we usually get to have in a theatrical process where we all sit around a table for a week and talk about the play all together with the designers and the director and the writer in the room, that's happening on TV. We just don't get to sit in on those conversations as actors. We're told to just be, which I understand, like sometimes we're like, but I think she should be in this scene too. That's not always helpful. But to know that conversation is happening is really helpful. And that there's no dumb questions. Like there's just no stupid questions you can ask because we just don't know half the time like what the intention is behind some of the writing.
What the writer had in mind.
Yeah, and they sit in a room for 6 months and talk about the whole intention of the whole season and like how the show's going to go, and we don't know what that conversation is.
You get your 3 pages, and
yeah.
It's like, there you go. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Okay. You made a very literary joke a few minutes ago.
My
Little Men.
Oh, my little. Oh.
Because what you said was
talking about my dinosaur joke.
Your dinosaur. No, yeah, that one too. No, but you said Little Men, right? It's the sequel to Little Women, the book, which not many. Did you guys know that Little Women had a sequel? Do you guys even know Little Women? Right, but Little Women has a sequel called Little Men, and. So, do you read? I know you read because we've talked.
I don't know how to read, actually.
Just have your assistant read the script to you and go, here,
I'm an audio learner. I'm an audio learner. I do read.
But so what kind of inspiration can you find inspiration, or do you find inspiration from literary sources when you're...
So much. Like, I know I'm going to come across as a little bit of like this is a bit of a wank fest right now for me, where like so I did not read a lot when I was a kid. I was into picture books like big time because I'm I'm an artist. I like do art stuff.
Talking is also new for you too.
Yes, clearly. But I would look at picture books like for hours, being like, how did they? And my teacher in elementary school like went to my mom and was like, oh no, my mother went to my elementary school teacher and she was like, she's not reading. Does she know how? Like, she seems to know how, but like, why? I'm worried. She's like not doing picture books. And my teacher was like, she's looking at those pictures like a motherfucker. Like she's just like, it's okay. Like there's a processing thing happening. And then when I got to, even through high school, I was like, I'll read what's necessary, but I was like not into books. And then when I did when I got to college, I started just like, it was, I don't know, I was around all these intellectual people. I went to an intellectual, like academic school, not really an art school, but they had art stuff there. And there were all these really wicked smart people, and I was like, ooh, I want to be cool here, so I'm going to start reading. And it was so, like, the world opened up to me, and I got really obsessed with David Foster Wallace. Do you guys know that writer? He wrote Infinite Jest. He, like, wears a bandana and is fucking brilliant, and he's so smart that he's also aware that he's smart, that he then like backpedals a lot, and like he like, anyway, you should watch an interview with him. He's so smart, and I wrote my college thesis about him. and then I really got into like the Russians, like Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, and when you get the right translator, there's this couple, Pavir and Valahovsky, who are a couple and translate all of these books into English, which, can you imagine, like, this sexy couple, like, do you think it's this or do you think it's this word? Like, imagine what their lives are like. Anyway, they like...
Talk there is just...
I know, they're like lying in bed like, maybe it's this word. Anyway, maybe that's just me that turns me on. The way that these Russian writers describe facial expressions and like thought processes in their books is always mind-blowing to me. And yeah, in that way, like reading is very, like I'm like, ooh, what's gonna happen? Like how people behave in books, and it comes out of somebody's fucking head. Like it's just so cool. Anyway.
So will you read a book and you find a passage and just kind of underline it and go, okay, I'm going to remember that as an expression
Oh
for
no,
something?
maybe I should start doing that. I just I do like earmark things, and then but I never go back and look. There is a book that I've read a couple times. Rebecca Solnit, do you know this writer?
Yeah.
She wrote this book called The Faraway Nearby. This is brilliant. Okay, I highly recommend this book. Faraway Nearby. She had a terrible relationship with her mother. It's like a memoir. She had a terrible relationship with her mother, and then her mother started getting dementia and started forgetting the stories she told herself about her relationship with her kid. And all of a sudden, their relationship, she was being kind to her daughter, like the relationship like blossomed. And it's fascinating because so much of our lives, we like tell ourselves stories about why we're people pleasers or like why we have road rage or like, it's like all narratives, right? It's all self-delusion most of the time. And so to read a book like that, you're like, oh fuck, like our whole lives are these stories. If we're hung up on something, most often it's a story we're telling ourselves about who we are, and that's why therapy is great. Well, thank you for coming to my TED Talk about therapy.
In case you didn't know.
But sometimes also therapy can help us create narratives that are wildly untrue. If you have a bad therapist. Do I have a bad therapist?
No, your therapist was great. We've had a conversation about you. It's okay.
Oh!
Now nightmares are going to happen. This has been going on all week, so we're...
You've been talking to my therapist all week?
All week. She's been checking in. How's Colby doing? Well...
Oh, no. Can you imagine?
You mentioned theater.
Yes.
Let's jump away. Let's talk about theater. You started when you were a wee lass.
A wee lass. 13.
How old were you?
13. Well, no, 12. I got my first job at 12, and then it started when I was 13. But it was an amazing job I got.
Well, let's hear it.
Do you guys know Martin McDonough? He did 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri, and In Bruges. You know those movies? And 7 Psychopaths. He wrote this play called The Pillow Man, which was starring on Broadway Jeff Goldblum, Billy Crudup, Željko Ivanek, Michael Stuhlbarg, and then it was about a children's writer, like a grim fairy tale children's writer who lived in a totalitarian police state, who wrote these stories about children dying and being buried alive and like getting their toes cut off and stuff. Very dark.
Sounds perfect for you.
Yes, and it turns out that there were kids that were showing up with these same ailments in the town that they lived in, and it turns out that it was his brother that was doing these things. And so they would perform, they would like have flashbacks of the kids, and he would tell the stories, and the kids would be like, oh, my toes got cut off, whoa. And I understudied a bunch of the kids. There were 2 kids. One was a boy and one was a girl. I understudied both of them. And if you put a wig on me and some eyebrows, I looked exactly like a young Billy Crudup. It was perfect. But I became very obsessed with death doing this show. And so for Halloween that year, I was a girl that committed suicide. My parents were like, okay. But it was a Broadway show, and it was this unbelievable play. Like, at our opening, David Bowie came to the opening, and I'm like, whoa, like, cool. I mean, it was just like a crazy first job to have as a 12 or 13-year-old.
What prompted you to say, I want to go audition for this thing?
I got to this. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself for some people from if they came to hear me yabber on yesterday. But I was one of those kids that was like, ta-da, like came out of the womb like, and I like loved performing. My dad's also an opera singer, so he was like, get up there, go do it. And then I begged to go to this performing arts school. I was like, I want to go to a school where I can learn. And my parents like found this school, and I auditioned with you guys ever seen Mrs. Doubtfire? Okay, so you know she's like, they're on the, like, Robin Williams is playing every different character on the phone trying to get this job, like trying to make it seem as though all the people who are applying for the job are terrible. Just like, Layla, get back in your sail. Don't make me get the hose. Hello. I'm sorry, the position has been filled. Like I did that whole phone call as my audition. A total nutcase. Anyway, they were like, we'll let that weirdo into the school. And when I got there, it was all for kids who worked in Broadway shows around the city, and the school was in Times Square. So I got there and I was like, oh, I need an agent. Like I'm behind. I am 11 and like a failure, and I need to be in a show. I had 5 Broadway shows behind. Like, oh God, I need to catch up. So I asked these kids, like, how did you do this? And they're like, oh, you need an agent. So I went home and was like, I need an agent. And my parents were like, what is that? And yeah, then they took me to, I like begged and begged and begged, and then they took me to one, and they were like, well, we're gonna have to tell her, and it didn't work out. And the agent was like, yeah, we'll see what happens. They send me on some stuff, and then I got that show, and I got my like union card from that show, which meant that I could audition for so much more stuff, and I got lucky, so. Lucky me.
And if you wonder why she needs a therapist, I think we're understanding that.
Why do I need to perform?
We could bring the lights down just a little bit. I think we can.
Oh
no. So, all right, what play would you like to do? What are your dream roles?
Oh my God, there's this play called Gruesome Playground Injuries by this writer Rajiv Joseph, he's so smart, and it's so beautiful, this play. It's 2 people, one of whom has a really bad home life and the other of whom has a really good home life. And she goes through one thing after another with her family, and he kind of finds himself hurting himself by accident, but also kind of on purpose to like take some of the pain away from her in some ways, and it's fascinating. It's so beautiful, this play, and I just love doing like 2-person plays. It's like my dream, so whoever wants to help me with that.
Do we have any theatrical producers in the room? Anybody?
Yeah, anybody?
We could do it here in Lithuania.
Play.
You'd come back.
Yeah. Oh,
and,
yeah. I hear there's really good theater here.
There is really good theater here.
I hear, I have a friend who's a Greek actress in Athens, and she says a lot of her friends go up and see theater in Vilnius, which I'm learning I pronounce incorrectly, but I've been trying to.
We all do. It's okay.
Oh, okay. I can't do it. Oh, fuck. It's something wrong with my L, right? Vilnius. No, fuck. I'm not gonna keep embarrassing myself. What?
Okay, so.
Okay.
All right, right, no, all right. Let's get away from performing for a second. Does anybody have any questions? I mean, I keep asking because, like I said, we can talk all day long. But if you guys have questions, please, stand up and ask. But what do you do then for fun? What takes you out of the performing spirit?
I walk a lot. I do a lot of do you guys know the Camino de Santiago? Do you know what that is? Mm-hmm. I did that a couple years ago, and it completely changed my life. 6 weeks of just walking and seeing something new every day.
Do you all know what that is? Okay, just making sure. Yeah.
It's a beautiful. It was just I that's my kind of vacation. Accomplishing something slowly over time. I have a weird thing about relaxing. I don't know what to do. But that is really beautiful. And I have a lot of hobbies. I do a lot of things with my hands. I do ceramics. I make woodcuts. I crochet. I do quilting and embroidery. And I do, there's one more in there somewhere. Carpentry. Yeah, woodwork. Oh, thank you. I do woodworking. I renovated an Airstream a couple years ago, so I did all the plumbing and all the electrical and all the solar panels and the carpentry for that.
Do you use that on set as a...
Yes. So that's why I did it, because it's very expensive in Toronto. So I was like, I'm gonna I'm gonna build this Airstream and then bring it to set and live in it so that I can save money while I'm working. And it worked for a bit, for about 5 months, but I parked it in a place that it was just, I don't know, the guy started sending me naked pictures of cowgirls and being like, is this you? And I was like, I gotta go, I can't. And I would like, anyway, I was living on a farm, I was like, this is my dream. It just turned into something that maybe I shouldn't have. Whatever, we can talk about that later. But living in it, there's nothing sexier than taking a shower in a shower you built. Like, I was like so giddy. I was like, the hot water works. And then I was like, oh, it's way too hot. I need to fix that. But it was like, it's like a beautiful, gift to have.
Well, is this where when you said when you were a child, you were a much more visual person. And so is this how that is expressing itself now? Do you paint?
I draw. I'm bored with mixing colors, so I don't paint so much. It's just, I'm like, I don't really understand color theory. But I spend, because since we've been on strike, I spend 5 to 7 hours a day in the ceramic studio. I can't help it. There's something so primal about it, like playing with dirt and playing with clay, and looking at something that you made and being like, I made that, like holding it in your hand. I talked about this a bit yesterday, but I can look back on all my work. I've been doing this for 19 years. I'm sure some of you feel the same way about some of your own work. I can always delegitimize my work. I have success amnesia. I can look back and be like, well, that sucked. And you didn't learn that thing at that point. And yeah, they gave you that job, but you didn't really deserve it. And with art, I can't do that. It will always exist, for the people to excavate in hundreds of years. I was just kidding.
So it's therapeutic, really.
It's hugely therapeutic. It gives me self-worth that is separate from my job. If I'm only getting self-worth from acting, I get very depressed because it's not a meritocracy, right?
Right.
I can have gone to grad school, I can have gone to undergrad, I can have done every job in the world, and they're still we're kind of bored of her face. We're gonna give this job to somebody else. It just doesn't, the rug can be pulled out from under you at any point. So I need to have a solid foundation somewhere outside of it. Which I'm sure you guys feel it sometimes in your own jobs. You're like, yeah, this feels good, I'm making money doing this, but you need to have something else that gives you fulfillment. Yeah, because even with acting, sometimes you get really lucky and you have a really great job, like the one I currently have, and you're inspired and it doesn't feel like work, And then sometimes you're like, this wasn't such a good job, and it's really hard to show up. If you get a theater job and the play doesn't get handled correctly, you have to show up 8 times a week and do that play and stand behind it, and the audience is like, oh my God, and they're not laughing, and you feel like a piece of shit, and they're whipping out their phones in the middle of the thing, and they're leaving, and you're like, oh my God, and you have to do that for 8 times a week for 3 months sometimes.
Has that ever happened to you?
Yes, many times. I one time did a play where I was an opera singer in the sewage system of Paris, vomiting into my hand and painting the vomit on a pipe while the ghosts of an 18th century painter and a rat played by the same actor are talking to me, trying to convince me to drink absinthe, okay? That's some of the theater I've done. So when you show up on a day like that, and also I did 3 weeks of it for free because of some bullshit with the contract. And I remember being like, I'm on stage now. 7 people in the audience. And then going back off stage and just being like, I don't want to do this. It's so painful, because you love it so much, and then you hate the way it's being done, you know what I mean? It's the medium can be very hard. And in that way, I'm like, oh, if I had ceramics, I wonder how I would have handled that situation.
So you come backstage and, dig your hands into the clay and pretend it's the little rat. And
Yes, and tear it apart.
That's right. So, okay, you said your dad was an opera singer. So when these kinds of things happen, do you call him up and you go, hey, Pops, how do you deal with this? Have you ever dealt with it?
They're both of my parents are like incredibly supportive and kind people, and my dad so often will say like, you know, if I'm having like a bit of a hard time, my dad will always say like, Colby, you are 99.99 one of the luckiest people in the world. Like, just take a step back and like look at what you have. And he's always right. My dad's one of these people that like, he'll be sitting eating a meal and he'll just be like, God, we're lucky. And I'm like, what a refreshing, beautiful way of being in the world, right? He's just, you know, it's a really always a constant reminder of like, yeah, we have food and healthy bodies, and I get to make my living making faces and being a ham, you know? I mean, what the fuck is my life? You know what I mean? And I get to be here and like talk about myself. And you guys are somehow listening. I don't know why.
Any questions? We've got about 15 minutes left. You guys,
so painful.
anybody have any questions?
Yes.
Or you can just yell. We're family. It's okay.
Hi.
Hi.
It's really lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
So I work myself in film, and yeah, and this might be a bit of a specific question and not interesting to anyone else.
I'll try to answer vaguely. Yeah.
Yeah, but not about a specific project, but just in general. Like on one hand, I feel like the actors, you know, being well taken care of. You know, they've got the trailers and their PAs and coffees brought to them. But then on the other hand, I do feel like they're sometimes infantilized in a way. I don't know if that makes sense, you know. So there's the crew and there's the cast, and let's separate them and let's just tiptoe around the cast and not tell them certain things, and, you know, just save them and you know. So I'm just wondering, what's your take on that?
Which area in film do you work?
I work now as a cast PA, so yeah.
There you go. I'm so glad you asked.
Yeah, I just feel like that sometimes.
Yeah. I think it's different in different cultures. Like, I might be wrong about this, but I feel like in England there's a sense of actors are also just at work, and everybody's in it together, and everybody is making the thing together. And I am definitely in that mindset of like, we all have things, we're all trying to make this story together, and nobody is at a different level than anybody else, and everybody requires the same amount of respect. And sometimes that includes leaving space for an actor to have silence or like a private time. Like, I do think some of the like protections around actors' spaces is important, like not getting changed in the middle of a room with a bunch of people. You know, like sometimes you need to like, we come to work and we take our clothes off, right? Like, it's a very vulnerable thing. And so to have a private space, doesn't have to be a trailer, but to have a private space where you can like zero in, focus, and like be quiet within ourselves for a minute is important. But I really do think like oftentimes it's just overdone in the States. There's some, you know, like, well, she can't, we have to let her, you know, there's like a lot of like hand holding and stuff that isn't helpful, because then it does sometimes make us feel as though we can't do those things, you know, like we can't show up in like the strongest way. But yeah, I've also been in situations where, especially if it's a sexual scene, where sometimes it isn't handled with as much care, and then I start to feel like, okay, now I'm feeling the that lack of respect in a way that like can be harmful. But I like do think that the more we think, like every PA is important to the show, and every costume designer and every grip and every set decorator, like everybody is necessary to make the story happen. And everybody needs different things in order to show up on set, but most of the time we don't need all the crazy shit that we get. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Could I shoot another question?
Yeah.
Since I'm already, just a really different question now. Is there a role that you'd never do, or, and I don't know, just a certain thing that you'd never do on screen?
Good question.
I assume not.
I don't. she's blacked out. I don't think so. I mean, I'd never do like racially insensitive. Like I'd never do like blackface, for example. Like there's certain things you just don't. You know what I mean? I don't think. I think that goes without saying. I don't know why I said that out loud. But like, yeah, I don't. I mean, I love. Yes.
Would you do nudity?
I don't know. I think it would have to be really right. What I've noticed with nudity, especially in theater, is like the whole audience stops listening to the play and they're just like, oh my God, butts, tits, butts. They have like, the language isn't being heard anymore. I'm like comfortable with nudity, but I feel like it would need to be, you know, like there's a moment in Angels in America, I don't know if you know that play, but like where a man diagnosed with AIDS is getting inspected by a doctor, and it's really vulnerable, and it's really uncomfortable, and there's silence around that part of the play, and that's important. Like I think that is important, you know, if it's absolutely necessary to the thing. But I don't think there's anything I wouldn't do. I'm a horror of an actor.
Thank you.
I love it. But I mean, yeah, if the script you're like, then I wouldn't, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, or like a child molester, or I mean, something like a horrible, really horrible person.
It would need to be, there would need to be a point to it, you know, like I mean, like Lolita is an unbelievable book.
Right.
Right? We ask ourselves why we're empathizing with a pedophile in that book, right? Whether or not the thing needs to be done on camera is a question, but if the part serves a purpose, an educational purpose, I feel like it's groovy.
Sure.
I might eat my words later, guys.
Can we erase that part?
Yeah, like, hi.
Hi. I wanted to ask, how do you stay consistent with all of your characters? Because I can assume that, you know, you do season 1 of this one character, then go take a holiday, maybe do other projects, and then you return for season 2, and how do you deal with that?
It's a great question. I actually had no experience in that before I worked on the Little Men. And like, thank you. And it's a really good question. I am a verbal processor. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. But I have to talk through things with people. So I hired my friend to talk through all of my ideas and insecurities and like understanding of the character before the season starts, and sometime, you know, like throughout the season, to be like. And I also, you know what, like I really hate watching myself, but I watch the previous season to be like, how did the script make it in the process, right? Like sometimes they do all kinds of crazy edits, or they change things, or they cut things, and like sometimes you don't know what it is until you see the whole thing. So I watch the previous season, I go like this during my stone, and then I like talk through my ideas, and then it's a little like dusting off the first day. You're like the Tin Man. You need a little bit of, but it comes back pretty quickly. Like it kind of becomes like a muscle memory almost thing. Also, they put me in those outfits, and they put me in the outfit. I'm like, oh right, here she is. This is how she can't walk in heels, you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, the characters that you play, do you find yourself, do you find them like affecting your personal life more? Do you start acting like that character with your, let's say, loved ones, or, you know, in your everyday life?
Call your mom.
I really fucking hope not. I mean, I do think there is like a release of a lot of stuff that happens with these characters that I play. Like, I'm learning I might have a lot of anger deep inside me somewhere because I keep playing these people that are pretty angry. But no, it doesn't transfer. I'm pretty much one of those things. Like, me on set is like, whoa, and then they call cut, and I'm like, what's up? You know, like I'm not one of those method people. I have to like switch in and out of things because I have to stay loose in order to stay loose on screen. You know what I mean? So I'm like, when I'm on set, I'm doing like a full 13-hour stand-up special. and then they're like, okay, shut up, action. And then I'm like, you know, so it doesn't really, like the character doesn't really transfer into, I mean, like it transfers in that like I have more money than I used to. So that's a nice transfer of things, but like other than that, it doesn't. But thank you for asking that.
Oh, very welcome. Thank you for answering.
Of course.
We've got about 2 minutes left. I've got one more question if you guys don't have one.
Yeah, I saw you in here.
Yeah, I have a question about the strike situation.
Yes.
Could you share your point of view on what's going on, what happened?
I said we have 2 minutes.
Thank you for asking that. Yeah, okay, so when TV shows were on like network television, there was a bunch of protections that were put in for actors to be able to, like if the show replayed in syndication or whatever, we would get a chunk of that every time our image was up on the screen. And when streaming started with Netflix, yeah, I can mention the places we're striking.
We hate
I was
those
like,
bastards.
I can't say that. Yeah, when like Netflix and Amazon and HBO Max and all these things like became streamers, they're like, this is new. We don't really know what this is. We don't know if it's going to work. So we're going to do this new media contract. And the contract didn't allow for residuals they don't tell us how many times something is played. So like the show I'm on, we know it's popular, but we have no idea how many people are watching it. They only give us minutes. They keep all that, and they have all that information very, very specifically. They know when you're rewinding, when you're pausing, they know all that stuff, but they keep all of that stuff very close to the chest. So we don't know how to say, hey, you're making that much money with this show. Like we need a cut of that. We need to see some of that residual payment because we're making you guys a buttload of money. On top of that, because of the residuals, the way our rotten healthcare system works is that our union, every time we work, we pay the employer pays money into our union to give us healthcare. And the requirement, we have to make over $26,000 a year as an actor in film and TV in order to qualify for healthcare. We have 160,000 actors in the United States in SAG after our union, and 87% of those actors do not qualify for healthcare every year. I worked enough in 2023, is that the year we're in? Thank you. Where I made $16,000 that went into my healthcare. I'm still $10,000 away from making that money. I have to make that money by March, or else I lose my healthcare. And I am working more than most of my, so many colleagues that I have, right? So if I am losing my healthcare, it's a nightmare. And a lot of that is residual stuff. On top of that, and I know I'm going over it, but I think it's important. Thank you. AI, so what they're doing now is because of this AI technology, they can look at, what they're trying to do is they're trying to hire background actors. This is just the first thing that they're doing. They're trying to hire background actors for a day, which is $100 for the day. Scan them and make them sign paperwork that says that they're going to use their image in perpetuity for the rest of time, which means that actor is out of work after getting paid $100. they scanned me last year for this show. I don't know what paperwork I signed for that. I don't know how they're going to use that scan. That is very scary because it ultimately means that our jobs could be gone within a couple years, the better this technology gets. And I don't know about you guys, but I feel like we all kind of want real shit, right? And we need to protect that. And, you know, it used to be like when you saw VHS tapes or DVDs, they'd have that like, stealing is bad, like piracy, like piracy is not a victimless crime. And now they're just like, oh, we're gonna pirate your face, like no problem. Like they just switch so quickly on their point of view on that because they can save a ton of money.
Well, they can steal, you can't.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, these CEOs are making millions and millions of dollars a year in bonuses, and I think some of that needs to be trickled down to us, the people who make them rich. So thank you for asking that question and letting me rant.
And that's our time. I feel like your therapist now. And that's our time.
That's our time for today, Colby.
So, thank you very much, Colby, Minifie. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you all. Thank you for coming, really.
Enjoy the rest of the convention.
Are we on? Yes. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Well, hello again to some of you, and hello again. We are missing one microphone.
We can share one.
There's budget cuts.
Yes. We share everything.
All right.
Basically, pretty much. Not everything.
Okay, 3 microphones. We are here. Yesterday, we were talking with Jenny about storytelling, and a lot of it was about emotional engagement through her work, which is Loving Reaper. At this point, I think everyone is aware of your comics. Now, today, we have War and Peace. Here again, I assume everyone is aware of their comics from all over the world. I wanted to start talking about the webcomic as a medium, as an actual form. I think it's direct descendants of comics like a newspaper, Sunday newspaper, basically, when you would give all the boring stuff to your parents and then run to the last page. But there's been some major difference with webcomics. Of course, now you have direct access to the audience, which is one thing. You probably are skimming through the middlemen, like editors, publishers, and so on. And then you have a feedback response. They don't have to write a letter to your editor if they're unhappy with you. They can just write a horrible comment right away, or a good one. I wanted to ask you, how do you feel with this power that webcomic gives you?
Well, I'd say it's a blessing and a curse at the same time. So I do feel we owe a lot to the internet being there and social media. I think that has been like the biggest push for us, because when we started out, we had no money, we had like no access to publishers or anything. So publishing on the web was like so easy and fast, and it was just immediate. Like you can reach anyone, like you said, so quickly, which was extremely liberating for us. And at the beginning, it was all very positive. Like, we got a lot of amazing feedback, and we still do. That's still like the majority. But of course, we all know like the web has changed in the sense that, you know, people feel sort of comfortable also, you know, being kind of mean sometimes. So that's something you have to deal with. You have to deal with the fact that social media companies have also changed their priorities. So that's why I say it's also kind of a curse next to being a blessing, you know. You can't rely on these things too heavily, I think.
Speaking of you mentioned the social media, which actually makes then some sort of, not as big as an editor, but they do have something in the process that will impinge on your work, which is, for example, algorithmic decisions that, oh yeah, this one is too offensive, let's like bring it down. Do you feel this pressure sometimes? Because some of your comics really verge on the limits. Have some of them been like suppressed entirely, or have they created some stir?
Hardly. We have pretty much published all the comics that we ever wanted. We couldn't publish them in book form, not all of them at least, but most of them. There were some, like the publishing house, they threw out like, I don't know, 2 or 3 comics, I think, that we made because they were not as family friendly as the publishing house is. But besides that, yeah, it's like very. We do have the freedom to do whatever we want on our channel, and it's just like you said, it's like a curse and a blessing at the same time, because we also have to do everything ourselves, right? We take full responsibility, and there's no one to pick us up, like except for ourselves. Like we can pick up each other, but we cannot. We are not being lifted from the publishing house or an editor or anything.
You said family friendly. Do you think your work is family friendly?
Most of it is, yeah, but not all of them. But most of it is family friendly, I think.
Yeah, I think in a way the art is definitely family friendly, which makes, let's say, the worst jokes are actually, they can still run over people's heads, children. When I was making my notes, I was skimming through your comics, and my kids were sitting there because Dad is doing some serious job here. He's reading comics on the internet. And my son was very proud to read, "I am a slutty witch." And I'm like, okay, can you know, that is working here. And I saw that you were hoping to offend people and scar children. But in a way, it's so cute drawings that you're not scaring anyone. They are laughing. They love any butt, like the one where the person rips his pants and the butt shows up. Like, my kids loved it. They're like, look, there's his butt. Yeah, and it's great. Now, going to the topic of humor and darkness, for each fart joke, then you have one about, you know, animal extinction and climate change. And now this is something that Jenny does very well, which is using the webcomic as a clear medium. You don't use it as an end, but you're saying, okay, we need to do something. We're using this form, and then boom, it's on the internet in front of millions of people. How nowadays, compared to in the beginning, maybe there was more fart jokes? Or was it already from the beginning that there was this balancing act to do between farts and extinction?
Yes, there is a balancing act between like those fart and like butt jokes that we make from time to time, and sometimes if we get like too serious on topics, we have the urge to do something very silly, to not be too seriously, and to just release butt jokes basically. So to break with it, kind of.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think our comics are, I think, the way we are. We worry a lot about the things going on in the world, but we also desperately need to laugh a lot because things are the way they are. So that's what we want to give other people, is like, you know, maybe like just a minute of distraction, laughing about something, but also every now and then reminding them, hey, there are a lot of things going on. So it's like that sweet spot between those two things.
Can you tell more, for example, about this project, Rewriting Extinction?
Yeah,
you also participated, so.
Yes. yeah, we both teamed up with them, especially with Paul Goodenough. He hosted the whole project, and yeah, we both contributed to this book. It's like a really huge book, and like a lot of artists, musicians, actors from worldwide are like joining in, and it's a massive project. And yeah, I think this was a birth for some of our comics too. Yeah, but I don't know if you have something to add. like there are people like Yoko Ono, Jarvis, how you call it? Ricky Gervais is in it too, and like so many big names actually. Yeah, it's fascinating what they built together.
And can you tell us what concretely where the money goes?
I mean, he's actually donating to a couple of, like, how you say?
Charities?
Charities and organizations, like Rewild, for example, or what was it too? I can't remember the names.
It's like a wildlife fund, I think.
Oh yeah, that's the word.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
So, maybe you want to say something?
I think the idea behind this is to team up celebrities with creators, with like comic creators, and to create a story together, or like film actors and stuff like that, to bring out like a certain message to the world, and the money is used to preserve wildlife and to restore nature and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it was really exciting for us because we got to work with Richard Curtis, who's like an amazing like idol of ours because he wrote like so many amazing movies. He's like a screenplay writer. For those of you who don't know him, like Bridget Jones, for example, he wrote that movie. And a lot of British comedies and stuff. So it was really, really like we had calls with him where we were like, just seeing how his mind works, how he, set up a joke. And so it was really great learning from him as well as like working on ideas.
And the format was a book, right? A physical book.
It's like this thick. You guys should like get it. It's like full of comics.
Like an anthology style. Do you think webcomics should be printed actually as a book? Because we are talking about the art form and the dissemination of webcomics like memes, they're like, you can share them everywhere, you can see them everywhere. And in both your pages, whenever someone says, can I share? Like, yes, please do, go on. Just leave the name on it, would be nice. But suddenly there's a time when people start to say, hey, can you make a book with that? Do webcomics translate well as books?
Not necessarily, but I think having like a book in your hands and to skim through the pages in the bed, it's much nicer than having like a screen. Like you're in front of a screen like all the time, all day, and it's really nice to just once in a while read a book. And there is some sort of transferring work, but we thought it works really nice actually.
And one thing I really love about books is, and I think we forget this a lot because we're like so internet centric. If you treat a server or like a hard drive really well, it might last up to like 10, 15 years. But a book, if you treat a book well, it can last for like hundreds of years. So for me, it really is a very superior medium in that sense that, if you treasure a book, you're going to have it for your lifetime. And I still have books from when I was like just learning to read, and I'm like revisiting them, and they're like a comfort space for me. So that physical object has something of value that I like to produce in that space as well.
Maybe as artists, the fact that it would last longer than you is very reassuring.
Definitely, yeah.
And they're also a great gift, I think. Like gifting a book, it's so much nicer than just sending a comic, right?
Gifting an Instagram link.
Exactly, right? And yeah. What do you think?
Jenny, how did you feel about the experience? So you started with this very small leaflet type.
Yes.
Like maybe webzine, how is it called? Yeah. Fanzine. Yeah.
A fanzine?
But then you jumped directly to this enormous hardcover book.
Yeah. To be fair, that was the idea of the publisher, so I wouldn't have made it this big because it's really heavy. And
did you carry them all now from Germany?
No. No, luckily the Spedition did that for us, but I was like carrying them before to other conventions, and it's really hard to get them from one point to another point. It's like, yeah, but it's still really nice to have like this result in your hands. Like you can find this in libraries, you can like go to a bookstore and like get it sent to you, or you know, it's like it's something you can touch and it's yours. You can put it in your bookshelf and it's there for a while.
Jumping a little bit to pacing, this is something I really wanted to talk with you. Because yesterday with Jenny, she was explaining that if you want to engage someone emotionally to a cause, for example, you're in the metro and you see an advertisement with like a sad kid or a dying bear, and it says, you know, donate. And like we know this image is already like it's part of our subconscious. We understand it, but it's not hitting us. And in the course of, let's say, a few pages for Jenny or four panels, you have a responsibility or a sort of ambition to hit the viewer. And I was wondering, is there a formula that you have? Okay, the formula is like 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's very rhythmical, War and Peace. I think, Jenny, you can extend whether it's 4 pages, 8 pages. Can you tell me maybe then how you feel the pacing? What's the yeah, is there a formula to that?
What's the secret formula?
To engage emotionally.
To engage emotionally, okay. Well, if you're talking about pacing and emotional, like how we would build up a joke, I think the 4-panel format, I mean, we didn't invent it, even though I would like to say we did. I mean, that's been a classic pacing structure for like newspaper strips, which we both grew up on, so I feel like it sort of influenced us. And we go by that narrative. We'll show a situation. Usually it's a bit absurd to begin with, and then we like to, when we're writing, because we both write and we both draw, so one of us will usually have an idea, like a setup, the other person will twist with it, and then the other might do the punchline or vice versa. So it goes back a few times, and that's sort of like that 4-panel structure that we'll use. And what we really use as like a quality measurement is if the other person found the joke funny, or one of us were like, oh, this is gonna work, then that usually is a pretty good gauge. Like, we'll sometimes show it to friends, but rarely. We're usually like, because we're tough on each other too. Like, if one of us does not have a good idea, we'll be honest and we're like, no, I don't think that's it yet. You know, we still need to tweak it. And yeah, I don't know. I hope that was answered your question.
Yeah, regarding punchline in that sense, yes. I found one image, we'll talk about it, about the Fun Girl. There was a lot of yeah, not moving immediately to Fun Girl, but one image actually struck me because it was a huge change of tone, which is when she's breastfeeding 2 children in front of fire.
Yeah.
And this is where this took me off completely. I was like, okay, Fun Girl, I'm starting to build an idea that this is when the things are too raunchy for War and Peace. You're like, okay, let's give it to Fun Girl. She's, you know, falling from the skateboard, just ripping off her face, and she just goes back like, okay, sure. Like, just everything goes in a very underground humor, like rave culture style also. And suddenly there is one image where she's kneeling and, yeah, helping 2 children, which hits so hard, obviously, with the current events, you know, in Ukraine, in Palestine, and you're like, whoa, one image. And you got, at least me, very, very much like off how do you say?
Off guard.
Off guard, yes.
Okay, yeah. But do you have like a question regarding that, or should I say what my thoughts were behind that, or?
Actually, yes. What was your thoughts with this image?
So what I started doing some time ago as a pendant to like doing comics was like painting, and I realized like that painting is in like a larger series of paintings that I'm doing with my characters, and the paintings are I actually use these paintings as a way to pay homage to other, like, more classical paintings. Like, I've done paintings with my characters where I'm like, you know, they're in the style of like Giorgio de Chirico and like, you know, Tamara de Lempicka and like all of like these classic artists. And mostly, usually because it's fun, because it's something completely different, and I can explore different sides of my characters. So that was kind of what I was going for there. It's just like, for me, Fun Girl and her characters, like, they're a family, so it made sense for me that she's kind of like this mother figure, even though she's not mother. Like, of course, she's like has like her life not under control at all, but because for me, she's like a safe haven of a figure, because there's nothing she hasn't seen. There's no depth. You don't need to be ashamed for her. So for her, in that sense, she is kind of like this mother to all. You know, everyone is welcome in her arms. She's judgment-free. And that was like this image that I had, like, the world is on fire, but there is this place where you can be safe. So that's what she was for me, yeah.
I think your comic in general, which makes it success, is very judgment-free.
Thank you.
In War and Peace, there is all sort of quirky characters. Obviously, the feminist witch is like a big success because you can impart her everything you want to say and still give an edge to it. When the dog hauls at the moon and she just calls him out, like, "Are you hauling at me?" And like, no, I respect you as a woman. And I mean, all of these jokes are actually opening a debate, discussions, with a very positive spin. The princess who is rescued, you know, and says, no, now I'm a prince. And like, oh, you know, fair enough. I still love you. This is a great way of just opening up difficult topics. One thing, going back to webcomic as medium, all of you have cited Bill Watterson as an influence. And usually it's almost, at this point, it's the comic artist. Like, many people, maybe in general audience, love him for different things, like these quirky things. But any artist, even I'm working more in realistic illustration, like science fiction and so on. I still look at, the quality of his lines is phenomenal. And it's interesting how most of the time webcomic artists will say, oh, but the ideas, the information is what's more important, the medium. I mean, the story over the artwork. But then no one can not be in awe with Bill Watterson because his quality of artwork, while never deserving the story, quite the opposite, was actually, it's a sight to behold. The watercolor qualities, the composition, the pacing, again. Do you still, and just one thing about him, he released a book now with the same publisher, Andrew McNeil. He just released a book, which was obviously very much in line with his existential, process back in the 90s. And for some people, that took them off guard. But for many people who actually followed the philosophy behind it, it's logical continuation. Maybe a word for that.
Yeah, he definitely is like a big influence for us and for pretty much everybody. Like, everybody's always like referring to him and Charles Schulz. And yeah, I haven't read the new book, but I've seen like pages of it, and I don't know what to think of it, to be honest. I'm very unsure what to think about it, but it's an amazing world that he created with Calvin and Hobbes. Probably, like, most of you know it, and it's, I don't know, like, you can say more about it probably, or you can also, Jenny. I just love it. It's the world is so wholesome and nice and warm, and the storytelling is so on point, and the artwork you mentioned, it's incredible, and yeah, that's why he's one of the greats.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like I was obsessed with Calvin and Hobbes when I was a kid. Like, I used to love, like, I would pretend I was Spaceman Spiff, and I'd be like, terrorizing my household. My parents were like, take that away from her. She's getting ideas. And what I think Bill Watterson did really well, and I know he was criticized for it a lot. He never licensed his work, which I think keeps this world he built so pure, because you only have the comics. And I mean, that's a luxury that few artists have. Like we probably won't be able to make it if we're that like dogmatic about things. So I respect that a lot. That's a really bold business decision to make. You know, if you see Charles Schulz, it's the complete opposite. He licensed to pretty much everything, but you know, in a way, he's still. I think it didn't really do that much damage. I think there's still like this really pure Peanuts world, so that works. But for me, Calvin and Hobbes was always had more sentimental value, because I always felt like it wasn't everywhere. It was just a special place. When I wanted to visit it, I had to get out my books. I had to like be at home and read the books, and that was just like really magical for me.
And Jenny, do you have something?
Oh, she just put it so perfectly, actually. No, but I can only say that I have this book this size of Walter's, and it's just, as you said, it's a warm and wholesome world to visit, and it's like I've read the same book like I think 200 times already. It's on my night table. It's just, I don't know, it's so innocent in a way, and I think this world needs actually more of that. I love that. I don't know, I don't have much to add. They just said it all.
Yeah. I think the whole thing where he didn't sell any merchandise was one of the, again, this more for the creative part, that people don't need to bother about that, but as creator was such a, you know, almost like messianic message, like, look, you can do it. And he's still exactly at the same stage. I'm willing to believe that when he stopped, he just went to continue watercolor. I was imagining he just spent 20 years just going on a creek painting, because his trees, his autumn, you know, composition, the way he removes stuff from the frame and so on, they were absolutely masterpieces on an artistic level. And then you still get the pacing, you still get, you know, butt jokes, and you still get existential dread, which is, you know, paramount to comics these days. Jenny, you started a bit later. I think 2019 was when it really took off.
Oh yeah, that was like...
Loving Reaper?
Yeah.
And a lot of a bit older webcomics like yours, just in many ways you say, oh, we just happened to be there and we kept going. There's something about longevity. Like we're only well known because we never stopped. And that was very much the case for, you know, Cyanide and Happiness, for example. They say, like, how on earth are you still looking at our stuff? Like, there's another one, it's very obscure. I don't know if you know it, Station V3. Maybe I'm too obscure with this one. It's 20-year-old webcomic. And it was an idiotic story of, you know, a small space station and only like shit happens to them. And 20 years later, they are still going on. And it's the same level of like almost stick figure, but it still works. Yeah. And humor is equally offbeat, just like they add more random stuff to it. And I have no idea how in 20 years they're still doing it almost daily. But I respect this, and I want to ask for all of you, and I think we talked about it yesterday, because you have to add this huge emotional toll to it. But how do you keep going day by day, knowing that by now there's a huge demand, there's a huge, you know, whether you want it or not, pressure, like expectation. How do you keep, you know, feet on the ground and you can still do dumb stuff and farts, but make a living out of it?
It's very abstract, like uploading to the internet. It's such an abstract thing to do, and having all those numbers, like the following numbers and the likes and everything. It's so abstract because math is like a way of abstraction that we don't really see that. We don't see it. If we had like 1 million people in a stadium, or like they don't fit in a stadium, like I don't know, like see 1 million people, like we would feel probably very different about it. But it's so abstract that we don't actually care.
At some point you just lose focus on that.
Yeah, like the pressure is from we put the pressure on ourselves. I think most of the time, like onto each other, but also on ourselves. And besides that, no, we don't really feel it. Do you feel it?
I feel pressure sometimes, but just because I think more like, not so much like, oh, you know, the number of likes or the number of followers, but more just like, can I be happy or can I be proud of like the last book we did, or just like being proud of like the things you put out there. I think that's sort of the pressure we put ourselves in, like maintaining a quality, especially over a long period of time, because you have phases where you're not, you know, on your top game. So you're like, okay, got to get through this slump and just keep going.
Yeah.
I feel like I grew a little bit numb to it, but mainly because when I started like 4 years ago, every time I uploaded a new comic, I was like sitting in my seat like this and was totally like over-focusing on the numbers. And I couldn't sleep the night I uploaded something because I was, what if it's too many people? What if they hate it? What if I get hacked? What if the world is going under for me? Like, I had like the most catastrophic thoughts in my head, and I would like always like carry a little book with myself with all my passwords, with all my urgency passwords, which could like redirect my Instagram if it's hacked or deleted, whatever. I like was totally paranoid about it. And I feel like it was too much for my brain to carry too long, so I just grew numb of it, and now it's okay. So yeah, it's...
So you all went through that stage, yeah, when it was... First you're like, oh my God, what if someone somewhere hates it?
Yeah.
And then you're like...
And then
"This
someone
so
does
hard."
hate it, and
Yeah.
then you're like, oh, okay, we survived.
Yeah. One thing I really enjoyed, and most of your work was, like you were describing, is giving voice to the voiceless. We talked about that a bit. And in a certain way, War and Peace does that also. Sometimes the voiceless would simply be like sexual minorities, people with different lifestyle choices. You know, representation, and it feels that one comic after another, you might have a different minority that is addressed, or social situation. And I think that's a very positive way not to engage directly, like say, hey, there's a problem here, or those people are oppressed, but throwing it out there. And I was telling you briefly yesterday that in some communities, people absolutely love your work, and whenever there's like one, you know, shred of something, a shard of something that belongs to a community, like the King community, the BDSM community, and they're like, hey, look, there's a comic about, you know, tying someone to the wall or something. And they feel like they have the right to exist, and they're actually also the overlap with, let's say, nerd communities, gigantic. So they also know, like, hey, they know we're nerds. They know most of these lifestyle choices are actually, it's enjoyment, it's fun. It's because, like you were saying, we want to have a good time and spend the next day, you know, a bit happier than the previous day. I don't know if it's a statement here, or is it for Jenny? It's a very conscious choice to give, you know, voices. For you, do you think like, oh, okay, we haven't talked about this topic, that topic?
No, I think it comes out of ourselves. I think the feeling of being like voiceless, I think that's a really good way to put it. I think that translates from one, like you can feel voiceless as, you know, a child, you can feel voiceless as, you know, a poor person, you can feel voiceless as part of the LGBT community, you can feel voiceless, and I think that translates to other groups, and you can feel solidarity with them, and I think that's what comes out of our work. Like, I think there's this genuine feeling of, you know, I mean, like, for example, the comic you mentioned about being trans, you know, I mean, we're both not trans, but we have a deep feeling of solidarity, and we want to express that with that comic, just because, you know, that's important to us, and that's kind of like, yeah.
Totally, but it doesn't come from the standpoint of a political agenda. It's not like we're writing down what we want to say, and then we just try to make up comics how to support the trans community or like any minority. it just comes to us naturally because we care about these issues. And I think that's the reason why we do it so often, I think. Yeah, but it's not like there's no agenda behind it, okay? So, yeah, sometimes it's just butt jokes, and sometimes it's very political, sometimes it's like very dark, and sometimes it's ecological. It's just like a representation of what's going on in our lives.
Yeah. But even the butt jokes you could make in the 80s, tons of butt jokes that were just sexist or gross. And most of your sex jokes are, there's a very sex positive. There's like sex worker discussion about, escort. There's a whole witch and feminism, sometimes a lot of conflagration of those two. A lot of feminist circles started identifying as witches, which is interesting because they have zero actual, occult practice. But it became a term of endearment that they are using. I don't know, I like the tone that it gives. And I like the voice that you give to the witch, being allowed to do all this stuff, because she's also unapologetic about herself.
Yeah, that's very important to us.
And I noticed that in the opposite, the robot, for example, is trying to understand human feelings. Actually, he's the most, I feel, kind of careful with not offending and trying to get through. And this horrible scientist is just like breaking his heart one time after the other. You have Grim Reaper. She has a Grim Reaper. Have they met? Should they meet?
That would be exciting, yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Because they both have a philosophy of death, which is not, it's not the same one.
Yeah, our Grim Reaper is pretty laid back, I'd say. You might like...
He's not that caring.
Yeah,
He cares
he,
in a weird way.
yeah. I mean, he's not a bad guy, but he's pretty chill, I think he'd want to go like more on vacation, have more time off, maybe.
I don't know, my Reaper is like really caring and wants to save the world in a way, but like he's also a bit goofy. You can't see that in every comic, but especially in the one where life and death is switching roles. He's just sometimes so over the top and he doesn't notice himself. And I don't know, it could be a funny experiment actually to put them in one room. Yeah.
Yeah, we mentioned that yesterday. I really appreciate when characters are being used like in morality plays. You're basically inputting virtues or vices or political opinion, whether we want it or not. We're like, okay, this character is an asshole, but this character is going to be something that I want to say, but if I say it, it will come off maybe weird or inappropriate. But this character can say it. It's a way to play with dolls,
Yeah, at some point, the characters get so vivid that they don't really feel that. It feels like we just put them together in a certain situation, and then they're acting on their own, right? It's not that we're not the puppet masters. They're doing their own shit. That's how it feels at some point, at least.
Jenny,
was it a bit what you did when you switched their roles?
Pretty much the same experience. It felt natural to just let them act out on the paper, and I just let them speak themselves. At least it feels kind of like that. I mean, part of their character is part of my character, I guess, but I think that gives them the natural feeling. Maybe they're an extension of myself. I'm not sure, but.
I mean, they are by necessity because you made them and you want them to still convey a message that you had at heart.
Yeah, but they still have their own characteristics. So life is so much different from death, but the irony is death loves life. So I think it's shining through a little bit, and so they are evolving in a direction. And
so they're not always playing your game.
Pretty much.
I was thinking about external influences. I mentioned quickly Bill Watterson as like a comic artist, but you're both from art school with an art like fine art background or contemporary art. Yeah, Jenny, did you have? Yeah, you were also studying maybe fine art or design or
digital media.
Digital media.
Yeah.
So more how do you say, like applied arts.
I mean, it was like, of course, digital art, a little bit at least, but it also had like film and storyboards and like cutting.
Yeah.
And I think it was very valuable because we learned to put like storyboards together. And I feel this is very useful for, you know, creating storyboards for comics or whatever stories actually.
Storyboard is one of the very underrated art skill that actually so many people would need, yeah, for pacing, for composition, for consistency. I was thinking of that because some influence that you mentioned in some interview were like Louise Bourgeois, Clémentine, I don't know which one of you said it, but you're probably both already familiar, and it's someone that I really love. More obscure was Clémentine Hunter, which is like folk artist. I see it now. You're looking at Clémentine Hunter. She was doing, maybe you will be better to explain, but it's very much how do you convey an experience with no technical skills, and then you just like, well, describe it literally. Like there's a character, there's a character, there's a character.
I don't know who put her on the list, but probably me, right? Did you do? Yeah, the way, I don't know, when I look at pictures of her, it's so moving for me because she's like a folk outsider artist, and she had she didn't go to any school, I think. She had nothing, no education at all. And but the way that she draws like dogs, it feels like so realistic to me, although it looks like it could have been like a child's drawing, but it kind of captures the essence of a dog for me. And that's why it's so moving for me to look at her stuff, and it's amazing. It doesn't have to be like realistic art for me. I think for me, realistic art is like a person shows off like their technical skills, and that's super impressive for me. But if you really want to capture the essence of like an animal or a person, you have to think in a totally different way, in my opinion.
And like, at least for me, I agree with like, technically great art is very impressive to look at, but it does not move me the way that something else moves me. You know, like it could be the most simple drawing and that could move me to like tears. Or, you know, it could be like some of my favorite comics are not like super intricately drawn at all, but there's like a certain trueness to them. They're authentic, they're true, and they capture, you know, their story. Like they just hit the nail on the head, and I think that's more the quality that moves me.
And for you, Jenny, how do you think in terms of technicality, like art skill, basically? Do you still practice, for example, your art skill, thinking, oh, I want to be better at getting those animals correctly? Or I wanted to ask even yesterday, how do you set up your skeleton so that the Reaper comes off, you know, believable at least?
I actually went to eBay and I was like getting a life-size skeleton. And when I'm not sure about positions or how to draw the hand or stuff, I can put him up and like try to recreate the thing. It's actually really helpful. I named him Olaf, and he's a good guy, and he's really nice. And yeah, I mean, references are totally legitimate to get things like correct, because I can't draw everything out of my head just like that. So I look it up, so it's, you know what I mean. Yeah, but I mean, there are also artists like, I hope I pronounce his name right, Pascal Champion.
Pascal Champion, yeah.
Champion. I love his art. It's amazing. It's like partly really rough structures. Like I think he's like using the biggest brushes he has, but it's like the atmosphere. It's incredible. It's incredible. He just has a lightning ride. Like he was on. What's this magazine called? A New York magazine?
New Yorker.
He's
He was making
inside
covers.
of there, like in the cover, several times because like he's catching the city atmosphere or the country atmosphere so perfectly. The skies, the lighting, the atmosphere, it's just on point, and I can lose myself in there. I love this. I want like life-size print of his art. It's incredible. No, this is the art I love. I dig, which yeah.
He's a good example of someone who conveys through seemingly simple art, actually extremely meaningful, emotions. Pascal Campion, if you haven't heard, maybe some are already familiar. Yeah, he's probably know him.
He also makes like a slight comic series with about him and his cat. I don't know if this.
He also had a cat, yes.
Yeah, but he calls the cat Kitty Cat, and the cat calls him Manly Man, and then they have like this really deep conversations, while sometimes the world around them is like either falling apart or transferring into something new, and it's like the best of two worlds, to be honest. He's a huge idol for me. I really love his work.
Yeah, it's for me, I find most fascinating is how people start taking art as a communication tool. And they're like, okay, what do I want to communicate? How do I want to communicate? And then do I get the skill? It's like learning an instrument, not because you want to play the best, but because you want to convey whatever song you heard as a kid being played with that instrument. You mentioned Pascal Campion. He's also within his very narrow niche. He's actually an extraordinary artist for capturing those light situations, those moods. Yeah. One of my personal favorites is Clive Barker. So a different setting, but he's also a painter and an artist and a draftsman, just like black and white ink. And he was always also, even though nowadays very famous, very, very famous artist, he tries to keep on the ground and say, I go back to just sketching all the time. But I only sketch up to the point where my ideas came to the paper, and then I'm done. So I agree with you that skill, at some point, if you get lost with skill, you don't even know why you're drawing in the first place and whether you're enjoying yourself and whether you have achieved anything else than making a realistic portrait. But at the same time, for example, all three of you have already like a distinctive, language, visual language, but you're still feeding something else, like from fine art, from maybe I'm wrong, but I feel sometimes from rave culture. Like I saw some fun girl poster that start looking like, an underground acid party. The fonts, gigantic fonts that waves around and then sudden like black things. Like the composition-wise, there's still a lot of research always being inputted to it. So even if you don't think of it, from one comic to the next, I'm sure you would agree if you look at your 2023 comics and 2019, you'd be like, oh my God. And I feel like that also. I'm starting to look, it's like something goes up and on the other side I have to remove whatever was visible. And until someone yells at you, like, stop removing things because they're nice. And like, no, not for me. I didn't get to the depth of your works. I did for you because, before 2019, then you showed this, like, before Loving Reaper. But for you, how far does it go until you're like, no, don't look at this?
I think we have almost everything from 2011 is on our website. So you can there's pages and I think there's like 30 pages of just web scrolling. You can go down and see the real bad stuff too. The good, the bad, and the ugly. No, because we had a guest professor once who said, don't hide your journey. And it kind of really made an imprint on us. We were like, yeah, sure, it's true. Why be ashamed of like the stuff you did? They were like, each thing was like important to get to where you are now. So I think now we can look back at and laugh about, how cringy or not good the things were. That wasn't always like this, but now it's okay for us.
Logistically, you still handle all the orders, all the object, like the merchandise. Do you manufacture them in Germany?
Yes, we do. We try to manufacture everything very locally in our hometown, to be exact, and to yeah, to overview like all of the processes and then get it into our studio and shipping it ourselves. We have an assistant who helps us with it. And that's about it. Yeah, we try to do it locally and as organically as possible and as fair trade as possible. Yeah, it's a lot.
And do you have, like Jenny, kind souls who translate your work then to different people?
Yes, we do. We have very kind souls on the internet who are just fans that we cannot pay, unfortunately. And they are like, they love the comics so much that they translate it into French and Polish and Spanish and Italian, and there has been like so many languages already, Vietnamese and Chinese and stuff like that. It's amazing, and it's just people who want to do it in their free time.
Yeah.
And we do have like a little chat group with everybody, and yeah, it's nice. It's a big honor for us.
I'm running out. Mostly we're running out of time. I'm never running out of questions. Is there anything else you would like to add?
We mentioned the beauty of books, and we still have like around 5 books downstairs at our booth. And if you want to get them and get a signature, just follow us downstairs. If we don't sell them, we will take them back to our home.
So you don't want to be loaded in the plane?
Not too loaded, at least, yeah. So if anyone here wants like a signature and a nice drawing, just hit us up.
Okay, thank you very much, Jenny, Jonathan, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
And is there any questions? I think we have a bit of time. Do I throw them? Oh, no, you have the microphone.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jonas. I'd like to ask a question regarding like media. Have you ever been caught in a situation where a lot of presumably comments or messages you get of people saying, oh, you're like this guy, or you're copying this guy, or just anything about like copyright?
No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody ever said that to us, that we copy someone. Do you think we copied someone?
No, it's just a general question.
Okay. No, that never happened to us. Like, we're always super scared of copying someone, of like copying another joke. That's why at times we don't read any other comics, because we're so scared of like just stealing a joke by accident, because we would never do that. And that would be so embarrassing. And yeah, sometimes I have to keep away from good comic artists just not to be in that situation.
And if it's okay, I'll ask another question.
Yes, thank you.
Before, obviously, the whole comic thing, have you ever read some sort of comics that gave you inspiration for all of this? Because obviously your humor is based off of someone you most likely grew up. Well, I'm guessing. And you probably took some of their spice and mixed it with your own, and that's where you are now.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that being like creating stories is always like alchemy of the things you experienced and the things that, like the things you lived through yourself, and also the things you consumed. So I think that's true for us too. We both, like I think our absurd humor actually comes probably more from like our life and like how we grew up. I think that was sort of what we also had in common. Like we'd make jokes about like, you know, having like crazy parents, having crazy childhood, and then being like, oh yeah, that's where your weird humor comes from. Okay. And then comics, like reading comics sort of helps you have the tools to translate that into like a visual language. Like for example, Calvin and Hobbes. I mean, the way that Calvin and Hobbes works is like obviously different from how we work, but it's interesting to see how an artist takes the subject and then transforms it using his comic tool set like Watterson does. So I feel like that's something that inspired us. We were like, okay, we have this idea, how can we like use that, how can we make this idea into something that like works as a comic?
Yeah, well, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm thinking of the fish slapping dance from Monty Python.
Oh, we love Monty Python.
And this skit particularly where Michael Palin and John Cleese were saying, look, we just said, hey, let's slap each other with the fish. Yeah. And then they were complaining, like, people are philosophizing about this one. We just sat and say it's going to be funny because we're going to slap with the fish.
We could talk about Monty Python forever because
okay, let's stay here.
It's like a main influence for my kind of humor. When I watched the first Monty Python film, it was like an awakening for me. I still remember that exact date when the exact day when it happened, and when it was just lying on the floor, my body was aching because I was laughing so hard, and I never seen such a thing. And I was running up to my parents and I was like, there's something crazy going on the TV and I have no idea what's happening, and you have to find out what it is because I need to know. And yeah, it changed my life, kind of, yeah. So.
Thinking about his previous question about stealing, I think Jenny, I'm sorry, I put you on the spot. Just because I remembered, I saw some case where people start copying your work.
Who?
Who? Give me a name. Some guy over there. No, but there was a mention of someone who basically copied your panel, one page, and just vaguely changed things and then put their name on it.
Oh yeah, no, actually they copy entire pages. Sometimes, like they just draw over, and this is what gets me. Like, everyone can use Reaper in their comics. Just tell a different story than I did. That's all it takes. But they draw over mine and take the text one to one. Why? This is just so. I don't know.
Brutal.
Yeah, but it just irritates me. Why? Why would you go out of your way just to do that?
But do you also have like an army of dedicated fans that will send that stuff to you?
Yeah, they do.
Yes.
Like some people are like
the best.
Like some artists block me that I don't see they're copying, but then fans make screenshots and send it anyway, so I can just report them anyway. So
nice.
I have amazing fans. They're amazing. They're really cool. Yeah, and no one thought it.
Any other question?
Don't be shy.
Sorry, that sounded
great. Now everyone's like, nope.
Nope. I will regret not talking about this if there's no other question. But for me, there's two type of people enjoying those comics, and like you said, the people who have watched Monty Python, and like, you can do that. That's an actual joke. It's legal. You know how the Holy Grail ends with everyone being wrapped up by the police. I was actually shocked as a kid. I didn't understand that scene, and I was very hurt. Like, hey, I was watching a medieval movie. What just happened? As a grown-up, I got it because the whole story, there's actually the detective looking for it. And I have the example of Garfield, for example, as how Garfield is the prime, everybody is okay. I hate Mondays, blah, blah, blah. And it's the most boring thing not a statement. But the minute people removed Garfield from Garfield, it became Garfield without Garfield. And then there's a whole weird crowd of new audience who was like, hey, this is amazing. This guy is talking to himself in the emptiness. Like, now it's funny.
Shit, I don't know that.
You don't know?
No.
Maybe you guys familiar with the Garfield without Garfield comic?
Any Garfield heads around here? So can we shit talk Garfield now? Okay.
Yeah, so I will just explain again clearly. Some people, maybe it's a decade ago, maybe you know. How come nobody? Maybe I'm inventing it.
You invented it, yeah. You just made it up.
Someone removed Garfield from Garfield comics. And it's just basically John talking to himself.
Talking into the void, that's amazing.
It's absolutely amazing. And because suddenly it becomes way more, meta humor. Because you have an extremely depressed man talking to himself at his table. And you get this, just this little shift. And even the John Davis admitted, he said, it's hilarious. He's like, I know what I'm doing. I'm doing easy, digestible stuff for the whole world so that I can make tons of money. He knows it, he's admitting, no problem. But he said, the guy who made that, props to them, because it does indeed create. He says it creates something that is not for my audience, but there's certainly an audience for that, which is people who don't like Garfield. And then, you know, it went further with this whole I'm Sorry, John, where they started putting Lovecraftian horror into Garfield. And so suddenly you have this second life where people are like, I'm not having your webcomic, I'm your comic, let's make it my own. And it gives the same shift as when Monty Python is like, I can do what I want. I'm on TV, we got some money, let's just... They kept saying, we kept just like pushing it, saying like, they really let us do that? Like they're really paying us to do that?
Yeah, totally. Sometimes making jokes feels like being in a room and you have like different cliches that you can work on, like different topics that you can work on. And sometimes someone comes along and like opens another door to another room, and then you see that. And for me, that was, Monty Python was like that. They just opened another door, and then I was like, oh my God. There's another door. There's more to it, and you're allowed to go there. And yeah, it changed so much. And for me also, you probably all know it, like the Netflix show, I Think You Should Leave. They did the same for me. Like like it was like a whole nother level of like, yeah, where you're like, are you allowed to do that? You can make jokes like that. It was so crazy. And
I still don't understand how they got funding, really. Like you'll watch this show and you'll just be like, how the hell did they get Netflix to pay for this? Like to pay for this show? It's so nuts, but it's hilarious. Like they really push the envelope on what is funny, and I think it's really like it helps us because, you know, it's like sort of our research is watching that kind of stuff.
It's absolutely mental, and if you want to know what we're talking about, just go home and watch I Think You Should Leave on Netflix. It's crazy. I totally get if people don't like it, but for me it's like a whole nother level of comedy.
You know it?
I have not.
I'm curious to hear it.
Yes, I'm curious too.
But then we have to stay in touch. Is that legal?
Yes. I hope we're getting invited back, and then we should continue this talk.
Yes, we should. Thank you so much. If nobody else has a question, we can allow you to leave and open the door.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.